Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greeting from Ruteng for all of you. Welcome to the second day of the second international conference on humanities, education, language, and culture, organized by Teacher Training and Educational Sciences Faculty of Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santo Paulus Ruteng. Ladies and gentlemen, in this excellent occasion, we are going to have the presentation of three outstanding keynote speakers. The first one is Her Excellency Professor Luh Putuh Artini, PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Bali, Indonesia. His Excellency Professor Dr. Johannes Servasius Lon, MA, from Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santo Paulus Ruteng. And His Excellency Dr. Vincentius Adi Gunawan from Kehler Hochschule Catholic Theology. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us have the first presentation from the first honorable keynote speaker, Her Excellency Professor Luh Putuh Artini, PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Bali, Indonesia. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Okay, how is life, Prof?
Very good, thank you. I hope
Thank
everybody
you.
are in a very good
Okay, Prof, we
condition.
are so glad to have and meet you in this conference.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this session, Prof. Luh Putuh will be moderated by Dr. Sebastianus Mengo, MPD. He is an English lecturer at Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santo Paulus Ruteng. Dr. Sebastianus is responsible in teaching, of course, but also he is so productive in doing research, publishing articles in numbers of international journals. Well, Pak Bastian, I kindly invite you to lead this session.
All right. Thank you, Ibu Oce, as Master of Ceremony. Prof. Artini, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Prof. How's life today?
Very good, thank you.
All right. Yes, good morning to all of you, keynote speakers of international conference, paper presenters, participants, and all the committee. I'm very happy to be the moderator of our second day of our international conference. Before we go further, Professor Artini's presentations today, let me read her short biography. Luh Putuh Artini is a professor in English education. Professor Artini was born in Denpasar on July 14, 1964, and got bachelor's degree in English Education Department at Faculty of Teacher Training and Educational Sciences, Udayana University in 1982 up to 1986. Master's degree in Applied Linguistics at Latrobe University, Australia in 1992-1994, and PhD in English Education at Newcastle University, Australia in 2002 up to 2006. Professor Artini's research interests include a wide range of topics related to English language teaching, curriculum, as well as material development. Professor Artini has attended non-degree training in children's literacy at Indiana University in 2010 and on bilingual education at Leuven Education College, Belgium in 2011. Since 1989, Professor Artini has devoted herself to her alma mater, namely the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Udayana University, which is now known as Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Singaraja, Bali. Professor Artini has published many national and international journal articles and books and actively participated in national and international conferences and academic workshops. Professor Artini is also often invited to be a speaker in various academic forums at international, national, and local levels, being a reviewer for international and national journals, as well as being an external examiner on doctoral programs at domestic and foreign universities. Currently, Professor Artini teaches in undergraduate, master's, and doctoral programs at her alma mater, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha Singaraja, Bali. Dear conference participants, Professor Artini in this remarkable occasion is going to recharge our academic obsession with her paper entitled Teaching English as a Foreign Language and Culture Through Literature. English teachers and linguists will find this issue of interest as it connects to our conference today. I am Sebastian, as a moderator of this section, divided it into two sections. That is presentation in 1 hour and question answer section in 30 minutes. Conference participants may provide your questions in two ways, through raise your hand or write on chat box in our Zoom features. Well, conference participants, long discussions have gone on about which culture should be highlighted when teaching English as a foreign language. Contextual teaching and learning approach claims that the learner's close context help them learn better. However, constructivism believes that language and culture are interconnected. Teaching a foreign language should include the culture of the target language. Professor Artini argues the need to consider proportional involvement of culture of the first and the target language and how to teach language through literature. To stimulate our academic passion in this nice remarkable topic, let us allow Professor Artini the most extensive opportunity to present it. Professor Artini, 1 hour, your opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sebastian, for such a nice and generous introduction. A very good morning to everyone. This is a great honor for me to be here. And then it's so overwhelmed to see the big audience, of this conference since the first day yesterday. So congratulations to the committee for, for organizing such an amazing conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start sharing the screen. Wait a minute, I have probably a bit of a trouble. Yeah. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this topic, as Dr. Sebastian said, will be important for English teachers, students to be English teachers, language teachers, and also all teachers who are interested in doing thematic teaching. So the title of my presentation, Teaching EFL and Culture Using Literature. Well, I'm going to start with just a little bit of a story. Yeah. So I'm the product of learning English because I started learning English a long time ago in the early 70s, in which the world is not like today. Yeah, you are now being by technology. You are spoiled by resources and website and the internet. But at that time, I was fortunate enough to learn from limited books, and then also learn from the teachers. And with the language, but I didn't really, learn about culture. So when I went first time, I got lost. So I really got lost. And by I got lost, I felt that I got, I good English, but the first conversation at the immigration office, they asked me, Mike, only thing from the from the is that when you greet someone, you just say, good morning, how are you? I'm fine, thanks. And you, nobody asks exactly the same things. And it goes on when I went into the classroom, because it was out that I got allergic. So and I kept on sneezing. So even though I close my nose when I sneeze, but it's still very, very impolite. So I learned about culture. So I got lost. So many things didn't really work as I expected. So what I want to emphasize here, when you learn language, you should learn the culture. And when you learn the language, the culture, when you teach the language, because you are the teacher, you also need to systematically introduce the culture. That's probably is absent in the teaching of English nowadays. And another thing here that also with the globalization, everybody need to be multilingual. Why? Because we are bilingual ourselves. At least we speak our local language. We speak the national language. We have to speak other language. We have to speak the international language. It is a must. So it is a must to become multilingual. Can you imagine if you only be able to speak the local language? Can you imagine if you can only speak the local language in Bahasa Indonesia? Can you imagine that? Yeah. And then it is very important nowadays to become culturally sensitive. What I mean by culturally sensitive, you understand other culture. Yeah, it is not you understand your own culture. It is very important to understand other people's culture. I you have to be, to use other culture in your own culture, but you need to. So adaptability is a must, yeah, today in today's world. Once I just want to raise the issue of the problem of instruction at present. We are spoiled by the technology, we are spoiled by the internet, we learn from many resources, we learn other cultures, but how much do we have to learn other culture? Yeah. How much do we have to preserve our culture? How much do we use cultures? So our instruction, EFL instruction nowadays, probably miss something, miss systemic teaching of culture. When we talk about the system, it means that we have a very high consideration about which culture, how much culture, when do we use them? So that's the problem. So for that reason, I have this outline of presentation today. We are going to look at why is it important to learn other culture? And then when we learn English as a foreign language, which culture to be highlighted? The first language culture, the target language culture. And then how to balance between the two culture using literature. You are going to understand later on why I suggest the use of literature. And then the next one, I'm also going to share my experience about material selection and material development. And then finally, I'm going to give you some example of using literature in teaching English as a foreign language. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show a 2-minute video just to give you an idea about the importance of culture. Sorry. Yeah, please watch this video only for 2 minutes.
Hello, morning, Prof.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, we do not hear the voice of video.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
could you share the video audio video?
all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop. Sorry for that. I did check, but it's probably, I don't know what the problem is, but I'm going to continue. In the video, yeah, in the video, there is a man telling his experience of visiting China. And he complained a lot with the way people live. Yeah, he said, everything going so, why those people live in, in such a unusual way. What I want to emphasize here, yeah, this man doesn't know anything about the culture he visited. So the absence of the knowledge about culture make him having such a negative stereotype about the country. When somebody had that, when somebody experienced that, can you imagine how the world will judge him? How China, for example, judge a person like that who speak all negative things about his country just because he doesn't understand the culture. So once again, I just want to emphasize here how important culture is. And why is it important? The first one, to understand the world better. With the globalization, we are not going to stay in our own place all the time. There is a big need for us to go outside and then also develop ourselves and also earn a living. Yeah. and interact with other worlds. So this globalized world really need everybody to be aware of other culture. And then another thing is to prevent and overcome racial and ethnic divisions. You know what happened with the world nowadays? There are so many misunderstandings. There are so many not, no willingness to learn other culture, so that there is always conflict. So this is really the cause of not being understanding other culture and minimize stereotypes. So this is very important, that you are not developing stereotype just because you don't understand other culture. So these are why it is very important for us to learn the culture, and it's also to learn. It's important to learn to be aware of other culture, to develop sensitivity of other culture, and in this case, it is also very important for you to develop the intercultural communication skills. Okay, I'm going to continue with this then. What is the relationship between language and culture? First, language and culture are inseparable. So my experience that I told you before, when I went to Australia the first time, it was because I learned the language, I didn't learn the culture. Language and culture are inseparable. So when you learn the language through the culture, or learn the culture through the language, then you can uh, be a confident speaker in that language. So no matter what, you will be confident to interact with the native speaker and the language. And you have also to understand that miscommunication occurs usually not because you don't know the language, but because you don't know the culture. So miscommunication or communication breakdown usually occur because you don't understand the culture. And without the study of the culture, foreign language instruction is inaccurate and incomplete. And as the example I gave before, this is very important for you to learn both. And then language and culture are interrelatedly connected, and language and culture are intricately interwoven. So it's just like, something that mixed together, and sometimes it's not easy to pull out which one is the culture because it's blended into the language. Well, I have problem. It's stuck. Sorry. And what is culture? Culture is a big thing. It is not at all easy to describe or to define what culture is. But I just get some definition that fit into our topic today. The first definition given by Larson and Smart, it's an old reference. Culture is the blueprint that guides. This is really a blueprint. It's not a blueprint. Of course, it is not written. It's actually it's just like the guidance for a social. And also culture inherited. What is meant by inherited? You were born with the culture, in the culture group, in the cultural group. And then what is the most important here? You can learn the culture. So you can learn culture from the closest environment. You can learn culture from the community. And then you learn the culture from your encounters with other people from other places. You learn culture from other people from other countries. So basically it's learned. And also for these reasons, my presentation today will lead to the awareness of how to teach culture, because culture can be learned. And culture is associated with social group. We know that every social group have their own culture. The culture in Manggarai, the culture in Bali, of course, they are different, but both have universality. So there are so many in common between all the cultures in the world. For example, all culture have the way how to respect other people. They have the way to respect older people. They have also the way to be good to people. So it's what is called as the universality. But there are distinctive elements in which every culture will have their own way to respect people, for example. Some culture bow, some cultures shake hands, some culture, for example, put both hands on the chest, for example. So that's the way. So that's the distinctive elements. And culture is subject to gradual change. And you can see that with the development of technology, with the advancement of the use of the internet, people around the world get to know other culture without understanding which culture is that, whether it's appropriate or not with their own culture. Yeah. So this is a bit worry about the being overridden by unknown culture, because this is because of the exposure of different culture from the internet. Okay, so what then do we need to include in our language teaching? So when we learn about culture and language teaching, especially English as foreign language teaching, we are language in which it is things that tradition and belief can be merged into it, arts and morals and customs and values, attitude, behaviors. So it is very easy to notify this, yeah, to recognize this from, for example, a movie, from a story. From a story, you can tell right away what the tradition, the background culture that is used in a story, and the arts, and also the moral. So this is recognizable from literary work. So for that reason, things, for example, yeah, and then there are things that could culture because it's things, but we limit to easily recognize the uh, the material. And about learning a foreign language, yeah. So English in Indonesia is a foreign language. English is not a second language. The difference between English as a second language and a foreign language, in if English is a second language, English has a special status in the language policy of the country. Uh, so, for example, in other country, for example, English is considered as the language of education or language for business. So it is very clear status for the language. And in English as a second language, you can easily find people who speak the language in your society. Or in other words, you can hear the language in the society. But if English is a foreign language, English is not spoken in the society. English is learned in formal educations. English is learned formally. So in this case, English is a foreign language. In Indonesia, the status of English is still a foreign language. And when it is a foreign language, English is exposed as the target language at school. And the exposure to the language, usually with the emphasis on the language, with no consideration of no system for introducing the culture. So no systemic introduction to the culture. According to the research, foreign language learners who were not exposed to the target language culture encountered significant hardship in communicating meaning to the native speakers. just like the story that I gave you before with my own experience. And then what is meant here from this quotations, that the target language culture is important. And another citation, meaningful learning requires connecting what learners already know to the new things they learn. So what the student already know, it's to do with their first language and to do with their knowledge about the first language and to do with their own culture. So this emphasizes that first language culture is important. So both culture are important. So the conclusion is that when we learn a foreign language, it is important for us to learn the culture of English language. And it is also important for us to learn our own culture. Why it is important to know our own culture? Because when we learn, we automatically have some comparisons. So you have a comparison in your mind. This is how it is done in another country. It is how it is done in my own country. So your awareness of the differences will make you learn. So this is the reasons why both cultures need to be there. And the important points that we need to highlight here, that language learning should cover both culture. And because both cultures are important, then we have to learn. Yeah. So language learning should present culture in natural way. So this is the point here. How can we teach culture in a natural way? And one of the ways, one of the most probably, yeah, it's, I think it's the most reasonable. Yeah, I have to say most reasonable way is by using literature because we learn language. Now we are going to start with literature. What is literature? We already know literature is the product. Yeah, this is a work. Yeah, it's a literary work. And this literary work provide natural way to present feeling and thought. When someone write a literary materials, for example, a short story, yeah, you can imagine that there is a move, yeah, there is a motive for someone to write. So there is an inspiration for the author to write something. And you can expect that there is a presentation of feeling. There is a presentation of thought. Feeling and thought are presented in a natural way through literary work. And literature also represents the use of language to evoke a personal response. So when you read a literature, then there is a response. A response could be a happy feeling. A response could be a sad feeling. A response could be, it's a hard feeling, a feeling that you can't understand. Then this is really a personal response about feeling. But the personal response could also be in the form of many, many forms like comments, and then like, ideas, maybe standpoints, maybe your review. Yeah, so it's really a full personal response. And then literature is a world of fantasy. It could be horror, feeling, vision, which are put into words. And then literature is a sort of discipline technique for arousing certain emotions. So if you learn more about teaching of language, yeah, when you teach language, you should be able to involve feelings. And it's hardly done so far whenever you don't use literature. Because when you involve feeling in the teaching of language, you will teach language in a real context. For example, when you say thank you, you say thank you, it's a bit different when you say thank you when you have a high appreciation toward what you achieve and you say thank you. Or it's just something of a lip service, or it's just a basa-basi. When you say thank you for a basa-basi, or it's just a lip service, of course the intonation will be different. Or thank you in a sinister, a cynistic way. It's just a cynistic way, and you say thank you, then you will say it in a different way. Yeah, you will not understand that if you don't involve feeling in the teaching of language. Yeah, and it is not easy to teach language to involve feeling unless you use literature. So you say, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is really the learn of language that's involve feeling. How do you involve feeling? Yeah. If you know that literature is a kind of work using language that involve feeling, that's a very good, a good source for teaching language. And what is the implication of using literature then? First of all, of course, it improves student literacy. Uh, the the keynote yesterday, who teach for yesterday, Professor Franz Salzman talk about the literacy level of Indonesian so far. It is in the level of 69 out of I can't remember, 62 out of 70, from the PISA. And it's always, from the beginning until present time, our level, our rank is always, almost the last. Yeah, we have very low literacy level. Why? Why? The reasons why, because we have very low literacy level. Why? Because this is about the approach to learn literacy. If you check from the internet, who is in the first 10 rank, who are in the first 10 rank in PISA? They're all from China, from Hong Kong, from Singapore, from Japan. Why? Because they really consider literacy into their teaching. Literature. Yeah, because they include literature. From early age, they learn about literature. So literature is one vehicle. I have to say, this is a very important vehicle to learn. Yeah, to learn thematic, to learn language. It's very important because from this, there is an improvement of literacy competence using literature. And then another implication, when you learn using literature, the student will understand the deviation of literary language. So language is used in a different way. Language is used in a creative way. There is a creativity here. So there is an understanding of creative language use. And this is very important that the student learn about the different way of using the language or the deviation of literary language. Raising cultural awareness and sensitivity. This is our point of view today. This is our main point today. Why I have to introduce the use of literature to teach culture, because culture is also a vehicle to raise cultural awareness and sensitivity. By using literature, it encourages students to unravel meaning in the text. So they have to figure out, they have to do an analysis, they have to do the interpretations about the meaning. And this is a big work that involves the training of thinking. So the student will train their thinking ability. They use their logic, they use their objective thinking, they use their critical thinking, and finally they use their creative thinkings. Literature provides opportunities to express opinion, reaction, feeling, this is very important that the students are trained toward spontaneous speaking. They are trained toward thinking aloud. They have to use their imagination. They have to use their feeling. They use their language background. They then will be motivated to express opinions spontaneously without a judgment whether it's right or wrong. So what happened with the teaching of language so far, there has been in a very strong control of right and wrong. Yeah. And then literature, literature is the basis for generating discussion and critical thinking. So it's very easy to make the student discuss and then make the student to do student-centered learning if you use literature. And as I said before, literature, the first point of the importance of using literature is to improve your literacy. And then literacy is to do with reading and writing. And when we talk about reading and writing here, yeah, and then connect that with literature, we can come to a theory of how to teach reading, how to teach literary reading, how to use literature in reading. There are 3 levels here. Yeah, the first level, direct questions or facts. The second one, mixed speculation and interpretations. And the level 3, evaluation of the work and their personal reactions. What I want to highlight here, from the level 1, for example, the student already being trained to use their logical thinking. They are trained to use the logical thinking. They are trained to use background knowledge. They are trained to use the strategy to understand the reading from the factual side. So from the factual side, for example, they can right away tell, for example, what's the title of the reading, who is the author, who is the author of the short stories, and then, for example, telling how many characters are there. So this is the level 1. It's all about the reading. It's all about the explicitly stated factual information from the reading. And this is a common thing from the reading comprehension. So when you teach English using a regular material from the student books, for example, it is just a common thing that the teacher asks questions regarding the explicitly stated. And then usually in a common reading, the teacher go on with the implicitly stated, and it is a level 2, mixed speculation. But the difference between using literature and using the regular reading text is that in the level 2 here, in the regular reading, the teacher used the implicitly stated information, but here it's not only implicitly stated information, but the student need to make speculation and interpretations. I'm going to give you the example later how you can create activity that use the level 2 here. The level 2 here is to make speculation and interpretations. And the level 3, this is the evaluation. So evaluation is the highest in the hierarchy of Bloom taxonomy. And the highest here, you need the students are trained to do the evaluations, and then they have their personal reactions. So this is something additional from the common regular reading in English classes. So in English classes, you are going into the factual information explicitly stated, and then also their comprehension, application, synthesis into implicitly stated. And then here, when you use literature, you're going further into freedom of thought. So you're going further to give the student freedom to say something with the personal reactions. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that when we talk about HOTS, yeah, usually the teacher struggle to go on to the higher order thinking skills and the activities. When we use literature, it's just going by itself. Yeah, because there are so many, because literary work leave the student with open interpretation. When it is open interpretation, then everybody will use their own thinking, and their own thinking will be automatically will be critical thinking, which is the HOTS criteria. And how do you teach them? First of all, you have to do it in a natural way. Yeah, it is not by saying children or students or boys and girls, today we are going to learn about culture. We are not doing that, but we are going to do it as a package of teaching English. And probably the student do not realize that they are actually pushed or exposed into the learning of culture because it's just going naturally. And then another advice is bring cultural awareness through the use of language. So this is the use of language in the discussion about culture that bring them into cultural awareness, and then learn cultural differences through different literary works. Yeah, so you have to choose different materials from different countries or different places, yeah, different areas. Indonesia is a rich country, yeah, culturally, linguistically, very, very rich. Yeah, I remember when I came across to meet a literacy expert, yeah, who commented on our rich you know on our country, which is culturally, linguistic, extremely rich, but we haven't really explored that into our educations, into our language class in particular. And then read similar themes from different culture. It's also a very highly recommended, because when you talk about the theme, but it's come from different culture, the student can right away recognize the differences. Yeah. And then analyze cultural background of different stories. So you can do the analysis from a story together, and then see different worlds through cross-cultural literature. You can see different stories from different countries, for example, and then speak and discuss similarities and differences of cultural setting in different literary works. So these are some of the examples of the concern that we have to realize, yeah, that the concern to put the culture into systemic teaching. So you can start the teaching of English with in a systematic way that put the language and culture hand in hand. Now, the most popular, yeah, the most popular material that we can use for teaching in a classroom is stories. And you may think that in teaching language, you teach the stories. You are not teaching the stories. You are framed by the curriculum. Of course, you are framed by the curriculum. Everything is guided by the curriculum, and you have to be, you have to refer to the syllabus, of course. And then, for example, you want to teach, say, for example, the expression of to congratulate people, that's a topic. But literature is the material. So you are teaching English using literature. You are not teaching literature because we are talking about teaching English here. So don't misunderstand. So when you teach, for example, expression to congratulate people, then you probably consider or you probably find stories in which there are the scene, yeah, there are scenes in the stories in which the expression of giving congratulation is appropriately used, for example. Yeah. So this is just one thing. Why do we need to use story? One, one of the reason is that story is very popular. Yeah, all ages, yeah, all ages love stories. So when we teach using literature, we are not talking about adult learners only. So you can start from the earliest age. You can adjust, of course, the level of the difficulty of the story, and then also adjust the level of the activities and the level. And why story? Because story contains wisdom of the world, teaching cultural values. So you can see here that from a story, there are plots, there are chronological order, yeah, and then also of events. And then from that, this is not a challenge for the student to understand the story, but to understand the background of the story, which is usually culture. And then story builds community. Yeah, in this story, you can build community. I mean, community, it means that learning community in the classroom. You can put the student together, you tell the story and everybody listen to you. Yeah, you can probably make the student work in group and then they come together to talk about the story. So you can build community in the classroom. And then stories celebrate cultural diversity. So the diversity here, because the culture is the background in the story, and they can understand that as part of the story, as part of the holistic meaning, and then they could have the feeling of, you know, understanding the story as a whole. It means that understanding of the language, understanding of the culture. And then I can say that for these reasons, there is a happy feeling, the happy feeling because of the story, the happy feeling because of the learning, the happy feeling of the cultural differences. And then story preserve cultural identity. So they understand, the student understand the culture. They can put that into a permanent position into their repertoire. Yeah, they can understand that and understand that permanently. So that's become the at least understanding the whole life. And then the story build literally is the ability to use the language in the real life, in the real situation, with in the different situations with confidence. Yeah, so that literacy. And then story develop metaphorical understanding. So by using the story, the student develop their understanding, not only the natural language use, I mean yes, the natural language use, but a creative language use as well. Now, how do you choose appropriate stories or appropriate literary work? Because literary work can refer to stories, short stories, and then also refer to novels, refer to poems, and then refer to, for example, drama. Yeah, but because as part of your teaching inside of the classroom with a limited time, of course, you choose the material that is compatible with your need. And story is one of the most, flexible and adaptable to be used in your classroom. So what are the requirements? The first before we check the requirement, I have to also emphasize here that in some countries, including Indonesia, English language learning is not supported with the provision of specially designed literary text. So we don't have that. We don't have a very specially designed literary text for the sake of teaching English. Yeah. We don't have the graded reading materials. We don't have specially designed short stories and poems for teaching English. And for that reasons, we have to be able to choose. In other countries, as far as I'm concerned, they have a very specially written novels, yeah, written novels, written short stories, graded readings, yeah, for teaching language, for develop, awareness to the cultural differences, and then also develop the high order thinking skills. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Probably we have that, but not in a systematic way, so that we have to be able to choose. And one of the considerations that you have to take is the age, of course. So can you teach literature when you teach English to uh, primary school student? Absolutely yes. So for all ages, but you have to adjust, of course. There are some adjustment that you need. And then why do we have to consider the age? Because according to age group, they have different learning characteristics. Usually children in elementary schools from age, we have to say 6 to 12, they are in the formal, they are not learning about abstract things. So you have to put the learning into a real life context, for example. And then we have to consider their emotions, yeah, emotional development. In for children, yeah, if you use the, for example, it is a scary story. How far, yeah, how scary, how, what are the level of the scariness that you can introduce for that age? There is a very, a theory on that. And then, as far as I know, in a country like Australia, because I had the experience of teaching primary school in Australia, they have a very spatially written stories in which the horror, the spooky, spooky stories is adjusted to their emotional development. Yeah. So there is a level for them to be exposed to something scary. Yeah, and so forth. And then intellectual maturity. Yeah, children, have a certain level of maturity, and then you have to adjust that with the selection of the material, and then they also have their interests and hobbies. I'm not going to talk more about this because I'm going to give more time for the examples. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you one example here. I just take an example that everybody already know the story, yeah? And when you pick a story from the internet, and then you want to use it for a different age, you have to adapt the story. So this is the responsibility of the teacher to adapt the story. What I mean to adapt the story here, you have to make an adaptation to the language used. So if the story is for the primary schools, you have to make it simple. You have to use simple words. You have to make it shorter, yeah, and then you have to make it to make it just one step more difficult than what they understand. That's according to yesterday, yeah, from another uh, keynote speaker yesterday. Yeah, so you have to teach just one step more difficult than what the children already know. So don't make it too difficult, but don't make it too easy, because something which is too easy or too difficult will not uh, make the or arise the student enthusiasm. It's not going to raise student enthusiasm to learn and also motivation to learn. I choose this topic and then I modify the language, and then it is appropriate for junior high school. Yeah. But you can use it for senior high school with the extended activities in the activities that follow up uh, the the story. So here the story, make it simple, I make it short, I make it unfinished. Yeah, I make it unfinished because later the students are assigned to read the original story when they understand the story, the part of the story. So they are required to read the original story. So when they read the original story, they have the background knowledge to understand the story, and they can wait to understand, to know the continuation of the story. Yeah, so they have the uh, curiosity. So they have the curiosity to know what is going to happen. So Hansel and Gretel are the young children of a poor woodcutter. The family did not even have enough food for everybody. The stepmother convinced the father to leave the two children in the thick forest so that they would not be able to find the way back home. Hansel overheard the conversation, so in the darkness of the night, he went to the backyard to collect as many white people as he could. In the morning, when the father took them to the forest, Hansel dropped the people one by one to the ground, and finally, Hansel and Gretel could follow the pebbles to get back home. The mother was angry and asked the father to leave the children further into the forest. And the door was locked so that Hansel could not get out to collect some pebbles. The following morning, when the father took them to the forest again, Hansel could only drop his breadcrumb along the way. But soon afterward, some bird came to eat them all, so that Hansel and Gretel could not find their way home. Yeah, at least this the language I use is very simple for junior high school to understand. Yeah, you can make it a bit difficult, you can make it a bit easier. It depends on your students. And as I showed before, yeah, there are three things that you can create from a reading like this: direct, question of fact, and then speculation and interpretation, and then evaluation of the work and their personal reactions. In the direct question of fact, you can ask questions like, who are the main characters? What did the father do for a living? So it's very easy. Why didn't the family have enough food to eat? Why did the mother want to leave the children in the forest? Why did Hansel drop pebbles while they were walking to the forest? This is, yeah, understandable for the student when they read, when they are put to read together, when the teacher read for them. Yeah, it's really up to the teacher to do uh, the strategy for the reading, for the reading itself. But then after that, you can start with this. So this is the question that can be, conducted with the whole student engagement. So you can put the student together and you lead the class, So then everybody engage with raising their hands, for example. It's okay for this first one. But when the second one is more difficult, you can put the student into collaborative group. You can put them into a discussion. How old are Hansel and Gretel? Do you think? Yeah, I have to put, do you think? Because in the story, there is no age. And the student have to look at the picture. They have to speculate. Yeah, it looks like Gretel is probably 6 years, for example. No, no, no. I don't think 6 years, 7 years. So there is a discussion from the picture. So there is nothing about the age mentioned in the picture, so that they can do the discussion through the picture, so they can make the speculations. How do you describe the stepmother? So the stepmother, yeah, the picture of the stepmother is not in the PowerPoint, but they can imagine, so they can use the interpretation. Uh, because the stepmother, yeah, want to leave the children in the thick woods, in the forest. The stepmother want to get rid of the children. The stepmother doesn't want to take care of the children. So they have to make a speculation. What kind of woman? Yeah. So in that case, they use the speculation, the interpretation, and say the maybe she's ugly, and then yeah, it doesn't matter. So there is a freedom for the student to do speculation. So this is the beauty of using literature, so that the student will uh, use the language, yeah, the background knowledge, the background language, and then at the time they learn from one another, yeah, from their groups. And then why did the mother convince the father to leave the children in the forest? That's also speculation. How did the father feel after leaving the children? How do you think the father feel? Because this is his own children, and he left the children in the forest. What kind of feeling do you think will be there? Yeah. And then how did the mother feel after the children were not at home anymore? This is all about the speculations, and the, and the students will put into groups, and it you can imagine that there is a student-centered learning, student active learning going on very naturally. And then in the highest level here, you can do the questions like, do you like this story? Why? Do you think Hansel is a good big brother to Gretel? Why? Yeah, this is even further understanding speculation to the story. And then how would you feel if you knew that your parent would leave you in the forest like this? Why do you think the father agreed with the mother, with the stepmother? Why? Why do you think the father agreed with his wife? Hansel and Gretel love gingerbread, cookies, cakes, and candies. What do children in your village like, or in your place like? Because in the story also there is there is a part after wandering around for days in the forest, feeling hungry, thirsty, and scared. Finally, they discovered a house made of cookies, bread, yeah, gingerbread, and so forth. So can you see here that the learning of the language going on naturally, and of course the teacher there is to assist student learning. The teacher come close to the group, and maybe there will be a lot of questions from the students, and the teacher is there. And when the teaching and learning going on like this, we can we can apply the theory saying that every normal children learn with potencies, yeah, and we can make use their potencies to learn. And as a teacher, we are there to help them, to facilitate them. So your role as the facilitator is there. to help the
Yes.
students.
Professor, hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. A nice presentations. Your presentations over. Okay. And Prof. Artini, you may come to the conclusions. After this, we go to the second sections, question and answer section.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very
Sorry
much.
about that.
Yeah.
Do I have time until 10 o'clock? Isn't it right? Yeah, I go to conclusion. Okay, I go to the conclusion. Yeah. So the conclusion of this is that here, language and culture are inseparable. Therefore, both the first language culture and the target language culture should be thought proportional. And culture should be thought in a natural way through literature. And using literature is an effective way because it's provide the use of language in real life context, and then it's involve imaginations and feeling, so that learners will have freedom to state their ideas. And then literary work is open for various activities that promote literary language competency, cultural awareness, and develop the 21st century learning skills. I have to say, I have to apologize for not being so, considerate about time, and I give it back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Artini, for your presentations. Well, conference participants, we still have 25 minutes for question and answer. We give you chance to give the questions or clarification. Yes, through our chat box or raise hand. Yes, Prof. Here you have two questions. First, from Novatar from Idan. I want to ask a question. How do people perceive their culture as superior to other cultures? And how do they adapt their culture to other peoples through literature? Prof?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have to answer right away? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for Nova Triana. Yeah, this is a very good question. The question is, how do people perceive their culture as superior? Well, when people perceive their culture as superior, this is an indication, yeah, this is an indication that that persons do not have adequate cultural awareness, yeah. Cultural yes, cultural awareness of their own culture, but this person doesn't have adequate experience with other culture. So for that reasons, that someone is probably consider their culture as superior. And when you learn other culture, you are not going to be ethnocentric. Yeah, this is what is called as ethnocentrism. Ethnocentric means that somebody consider their culture as superior than other culture. I have an experience of being, come across to an ethnocentric person. When I spoke with my own language in a public transport, someone say, uh, well, this is an English-speaking country. Everybody must speak in English, katanya ya. So, sorry, I have to speak in Bahasa Indonesia. Yeah, it means that this person doesn't have enough experience with other culture. So for these persons, being superior with own culture, yeah, uh, it's not going to happen whenever this person have the opportunity to learn other culture and have the cultural awareness and sensitivity. Because when you have the superiority to other culture, there is a tendency that there is a conflict with other people. Yeah, there is a feeling of inconvenience. Yeah, other people will feel ill feel toward you. Yeah, because the effect of being ethnocentric like this is that there is a stereotype, and then more seriously there is a prejudice. So this is important, that when you have the encounter a person with superiority, you have to understand that this person, it's don't make it as a, make you have ill feel about this, but you have to feel sorry for that person for having very limited, experience in their life, and know the world very small world. Yeah, so you have to feel sorry. And then the next one,
Prof,
how
maybe
do we adapt? Yes.
yeah. Okay, before we give chance, before Prof respond Sartini's and Suwandi's questions, we have raised hand questions. Hagul, hello, Hagul. Good morning.
Okay.
Hello, Hagul. Hello, Hagul. Morning. Okay. Technical problem with your phone. Yes, back to Sartini's and Suwandi's questions. Yes, Prof. Two questions. Yes. Oh, many questions here.
Well, I have to go through one by
from,
one. Yeah,
from
quickly.
Sartini and from Johannes Tiosuwandi. From Sartini, Prof, what are the tips so students develop their literature skills in pandemic era in achieving an English and culture achievement?
Okay, that's a very good
Whereas
question.
from
Yeah,
Suwandi, Prof, yeah, two questions.
thank you.
How
Theo.
to take critical thinking skills through literature? Prof, the floor is
Yeah.
yours.
Okay, I'm going to take Theo Swandi's, Mr. Theo Swandi's questions. My question, how to make critical thinking through literature. Well, I give you the example of the question already. Yeah, some question you can have the graded questions, from question about facts, and then after that question about speculations, and then after that you have the question of evaluations. So when you use the question of speculation, the student have to use their critical thinking skills, because the answer is not from the story. So they have to use the critical thinking. For example, if you ask the questions like, why do you think the mother want to get rid of the children, for example? Why do you think the mother do not want to take care of the children? Of course, in this case, they have to use their critical thinking to answer the question. So how it's the way you do the to train the student with critical thinking is by creating activity that make them think critically. That's the answer. And then the next one, this is about how do you deal with the pandemic using literature. Well, using literature, I have to say that the positive way of the positive thing about using literature, you can use it, by I mean, you can use the literature for independent learning. So this is a good thing of using literature. So you can use it for the independent learning. You can guide the student with the explanation, and then you can let the student work on their own. For example, you can give the story. I give you the story with not finished, and then after that you give the whole story to read by themselves, and then find out what is the ending of the story. So in that case, they learn to exercise their curiosity by presenting the story unfinished, and then after that they can work on their own because they have the curiosity. So literature can be easily used for independent learning, but you need to make yourself clear with the instruction. What do you want them to do and why? Yeah. And then you give them example, for example, so that it will make them easy to work and progressing with working on their own. And also there are some questions here regarding, let's discuss furthermore regarding the following problem. What is this? I don't know.
Yes, Prof.
Which question next?
Oh, yes, Prof. The question is from Matilda Anung.
Yeah.
Yes, the questions. Yes, it is true that if we learn language, if we learn English language, learners must able to learn local culture. But in reality, there are many problems occurred related to local culture problems. Some cannot adapt well to new culture or foreign culture and even refuse to accept the change for various reasons. Uh, so the questions is, Prof, what is the best solutions according to Prof? How people to adapt local and foreign culture in understanding the language?
Yes, thank you. This is also a very good question. Thank you for Miss Matilda. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a very good question as well. Yes, there is. We don't have a very systematic way of teaching the culture, so it's just come on its own, and we don't know, for example, whether it's a good things or it's not a good things. For example, through the internet, the student just pick the culture, yeah, and no guidance at all whether it is something you know, adaptable in their own culture or not. For that reason, I suggest that there must be a systematic way of introducing culture. So it is not only the responsibility of the English teacher, of course, yeah, but this is also the responsibility of all culture, sorry, all teachers. And when you introduce the local culture, you can insert that into a specified topic. So you can choose a topic from your subject in which culture is also can be touched and introduced. In teaching English as a foreign language, because it's to do with a foreign language, it is very important that the student also learn about the culture of a foreign country or the international culture. You can introduce that through stories, you can introduce that through the material that you choose. And you can do an explicit analysis by comparing. Look, this is how people respect other people in this country and how they show the respect. And this is how the children in our country show respect. So by having the explicit discussion about culture as the continuation of the discussion about other things and the materials, it is a good way for the children or for the student to understand. So comparison is always good. This is good for the older learner, but for the young children, you can just tell them the story, and then you can emphasize the good things, emphasize the appropriate things to be done in our culture. So I think that's my answer. Probably I can't answer with, comprehensively due to the time limit. I'm going to take more questions. Which question do I take?
Uh, yes, Prof. Yeah, okay, Prof. We still have many questions here.
I'm happy. I'm
Yeah,
happy with,
okay, yes,
yeah,
Prof. Thank you so
very
much.
happy with
Yeah,
questions.
thank you very much for your clear explanation. The questions from Ardian. We have raised hand participants.
Okay, raise hand, please.
Okay, from Ferdi Daal. Hello, hello. Good morning, Ferdi Daal.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Yes. Okay. Please, your questions to Professor Artini.
Yeah, uh, thanks for the chance. Uh, Firstly, I would like to say thank you very much for the great presentation, Prof. And for me, your presentations, I think is very great and give me more information about how to teach English, especially for uh, nowadays trends. Yeah, we know that the use of culture in teaching English is one way, and it is indirectly uh, teaching culture to the students, and also it is oriented to teach certain skills of English for the students. Yeah, even though we know that
Yes,
especially for
yes, Mr. Ferdi, could you come to the point of your questions, please?
oh yeah, yeah. Uh, my question is because we know that there is like a contradictory between teaching English through cultures to students, and certain policy, especially the use of certain subject, especially in higher education. For example, using cross-cultural understandings to teach foreign culture to the students, especially in English. So I think this is like two sides that is contrary. So what do you think about this case, Prof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
very much.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ferdi. We got the point. Cross
Thank
culture
you, Mr.
understanding.
Brady. Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Brady. Well, there is a contradictory, you said, between the teaching of English through culture, and then I mean, and also the teaching of cross-cultural understanding. Well, if I've not mistaken, I mean, if I don't misinterpret your questions, this is to do with the teaching of culture as a subject and the teaching of culture in teaching language. Is that right? Yeah, the teaching of culture in
Yeah, yeah,
language
yeah,
classes and the teaching of culture as a subject. It is not the teaching of language through culture. Yeah, but we actually hear teaching language and culture. Yeah, we are not teaching language through culture, but we are teaching language and culture by using literature. So literature is a piece of work, and then in a piece of work, usually there is a background in the story, the background in the literary work, and in the background, usually there is the element of culture. And at the same time, literature also present the use of language, present the story, present the point of view. So this material make it a good material for teaching English, because nowadays the target for teaching the language is to achieve the literacy in the language. Yeah, not only being able to know the grammar, but being confident to speak with that in a real life. So by using literature, there is no control, I mean, a big control of right and wrong. What is there is confident to speak, confident to express meaning, confidence to state points or opinions, and then at the same time, freedom to say the argument. Yeah. So in order to be able to have something to say, they have to understand. And not only understanding the word, they have to also use the critical thinking of the reasons why. I have the questions, for example, why do you think the father agreed with the wife to leave the children in the forest? Of course, it cannot be answered right away. Yeah, it need a critical thinking in order to be able to answer that questions. Yeah, it need also a logical thinking. So for this reason, using literature will expand the learning, not only about the language, but also train them to think, train them to to state their opinion, and also to understand culture naturally. That's when culture is taught in the language. Now, with the cross-cultural understanding, because this is a subject This is a subject for tertiary education in which we teach adult learners. And when we teach adult learners as a subject, it is not at all a problem to analyze the culture itself. The point here is not to teach the language, but to teach the culture. So when in the discussion of the culture, the student have to argue, the student have to present their result of the analysis. There is also the use of language, of course, but the main point here is the culture. So you can see the difference here. When you teach language and culture through literature, the point is that language and culture. But when you teach the cross-cultural and the understanding as the subject, the point is the concept of culture and the differences. So I think that's the difference. I don't know whether I answer your questions, but that's my interpretation to your questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Artini. And we still have another questions here. Wait, we give chance other participants who raise hand. Mr. Ferdinand. Hello, Mr. Ferdi. Oh, Mr. Ferdi Vivardin. Hello, Mr. Ferdi. Hear us? Oh yeah, Mr. Ferdi.
Yes, Mr. Bastian.
Yeah, okay.
Hello.
Yes, okay, please.
Thank you for the chance given. Prof, in your conclusion, you state that cultural literature should be taught in real life. I would like to ask a question. How do we teach cross-cultural literature in real life? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ferdi. Yeah. So you're the lecturer of cross-cultural understanding? Yes?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah.
How cross-cultural understanding be applied
Okay.
in daily interactions? Your time?
Yeah, what is meant by real life here is the real life, it mean that the real life context. So you can, for
Right.
example, introduce the culture with, case. Yeah, you give the students some cases. You give your students some videos in which something is happening in the video. Yeah, that's a real life. I mean, the culture occur in the real life context. That's what is meant by real life. Yeah, and then you can teach the culture through, for example, through the problem. Yeah, the problem solving, and then you can give them also a story. Yeah, a story. You give them the news about what's happening with the conflict, for example, the conflict between two ethnic groups. So the student can analyze what's happening behind, and then after that they could understand that there are different culture involved, and then the involvement of different culture could be discussed further with how they are different. I mean, and then how differences could be potentially cause conflict. So you can use something that is actually happening around you. That's what is meant by real life. Yeah. So what happening around you? This is not based on your imaginations, but this is from what happened in a situation, the conflict. Yeah. The in the news, in the video, from the from the cases that you can do, and then there is an analysis of the culture. There are so many. There is so I mean, rich resources out there for teaching cross-cultural understanding. I hope I can answer your question, Pak Ferdi. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Prof. And Mr. Bastian, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vivardin, and thank you, Prof. Artini. We still have raise hand questions again, Prof, from Mr. Adrian Namu. Mr. Adrian, hear us?
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Please.
Yes,
All right.
very clear.
Yeah, actually, I have posted my questions through the chatting room.
Oh yeah.
But let me pronounce it now. Okay, Prof. Artini, thank you for your great presentation today. And it's very interesting. My problem is the teachers often face in teaching based on fairy tales or folklore is the unequal understanding among the students. It means of the many students in the classroom, some have very limited understanding of the content of the story due to the limited vocabulary, etc. So my question is, how can learn outcomes be formed in such a context or condition? Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pak Adrian.
Yeah.
I think this is,
Prof.
yeah,
Artini, could you directly respond to this? The questions
yes,
from
sure.
Mr. Adrian, how to
Thank you.
overcome vocabulary limitation in understanding literature content. Prof, your
Yeah.
time.
Okay, thank you, Pak Adrian. This is also a good questions for teacher. This is what I also observed, that in teaching the story in the classroom, uh, you know, the teacher love to use the folklore, yeah, and then after that, the teacher struggle to teach because the student do not have enough vocabulary to understand. Well, the first thing I can advise here is about the scaffolding strategy. Yeah, what is meant scaffolding? You can predict from the beginning what is going to be the problem for the students and provide help for them. So in scaffolding strategy, you start with the simplest thing. For example, if they don't understand vocabulary, you can predict that they have problem with the vocabulary. You can start by vocabulary activity. So this is what is scaffolding all about. So you help them step by step so that they can get there. The get there is to your objective. So your objective is for the student to comprehend the story. So to get there, of course, they need help. So class, there is from class to class, they can, I mean, how well their background language is. So if they have a very serious problem, maybe you can start from the easiest by introducing the vocabulary. So in introducing the vocabulary, you can have some strategy. For example, you can have the game like language barter game. What is meant by language barter? Barter ya, barter. Jadi vocabulary barter game. So everybody pick one word from the teacher. The teacher have the list, yeah, in a piece of paper, and then everybody pick one word, and they have the responsibility to understand the word and how it is used in the text. So everybody will share. I got this word, yeah, and this word means this, and this is used in the story in this sentence. So you can use your own strategy to introduce the word, yeah. It's not only word and then what is the meaning of this. This doesn't mean a lot for the students, but you have to have a meaningful way to introduce the vocabulary. After that, probably you need to help them with some, for example, spatial expression. For example, you can go on with the spatial expression, and then you can give the help, the assistance, the scaffolding in that. So that's what is meant by scaffolding. Depend on how well you understand your students and how much help the student need, so then they can get to the target. So that's probably my suggestion for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, dear conference participants, okay, we are very sorry for chat box questions and responding those questions because of time limitation. Okay, conference participants, thank you so much for your participation. Thank you very much for your questions and raise hand questions. Professor Artini has enhanced and enlarged our insights on teaching English as a foreign language and culture through literature. Before ending, allow me to highlight a few of material's most crucial points. First, English language teaching challenge nowadays. Second, the importance of culture components, insertions, such as traditions and belief, arts, morals, customs, values, attitudes, and beliefs in English language teaching. Third, keep the balancing of L1 culture and L2 culture through literature. The fourth, the essential to be known by English teachers to design, develop, and implement English teaching materials appropriately. And the fifth, the literature as an alternative technique in teaching English. Professor Artini, on behalf of the committee, we highly appreciate the material that has been given to all of us. The committee provides you certificate of appreciation. Yes, Prof.
Thank you so much. This is nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, and at the end of this, we would like to say thank you very much, Prof. Salam sehat, salam hangat dari Unika Santo Paulus Ruteng Flores, Nusa Tenggara Timur. Good morning, okay, and
Thank you very much,
give back
everyone.
Master of Ceremony. Master of Ceremony, okay, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Prof. It was a very great presentation, and also thank you also for Pak Sebastian for being responsible in taking charge in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the second presentation will be done by the Honorable keynote speaker from Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santo Paulus Ruteng, His Excellency Professor Dr. Johannes Servasius Lon, MA. Good morning, Father Professor.
Good morning.
How have you been, Father Professor?
Oh, very good, very good.
Okay, nice to hear that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this session, Father Professor will be moderated by Mrs. Fatmawati MPD. I kindly invite Mrs. Fatmawati to join me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Fatmawati is an English lecturer at Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santo Paulus Ruteng. Besides teaching, she is also so very productive in doing research and publishing articles. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Fatmawati. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Oce. Okay, good morning, Prof.
Morning.
Okay, good morning, distinguished speakers, presenters, and all participants. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. I'm Fatmawati, who will rule this session. And in the second session today, we have our honorable keynote speaker, His Excellency Professor Dr. Johannes Servasius Lon, MA. And as previous speaker, Prof. Artini has shared her thoughts related to the teaching of the culture of English language use through literature, in this case, English. Professor Johannes also will discuss the topics related to literature, but it is about the local culture education in the local context in Manggarai. And let me give a short introduction of this topic. As we know that education is practically inseparable from cultural values. In maintaining and preserving culture, the most effective process is through education. The two are closely related because they complement and support each other. Education's goal is to maintain culture, and it is through education culture can be transferred from generation to generation. And the second session will be divided into presentation session for about 60 minutes, and then it will be end with Q&A session for about the rest 30 minutes. And I would like to encourage all participants to ask questions on chat box, and we will address your question to the best of our ability in the later part of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just briefly introduce our speaker. Professor Dr. Johannes Rufasislon, MA, is currently Director of Unika Santo Paulus Ruteng. He is a doctorate in canon law who graduated from Ottawa University in 1996. He holds master degree in the same field from Catholic University of America in 1993. And also, Professor Johannes also earned master degree in applied linguistics from Carleton University of Canada in 1997. And amidst his busy schedule as leader of Unika Santo Paulus Ruteng, he is also active in writing books, articles, which are published in national and international reputable journals, and also appearing as speaker in national and international seminars. His studies are not only in the field of canon law, but also other social issues such as culture, women, and human rights. Professor John also served as chairman of the tribunal and is a judge at the Ruteng Diocesan Third Court. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Johannes Rufasislon, MA. Prof, the screen is yours.
Thank you, moderator. May I share screen first?
Okay, it's in, Prof.
Okay, just a moment. Sorry. No. Okay, again, thank you for moderator. Thank you, the committee, for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to have presentation before you all. The previous presentation deals with learning foreign language and culture. Now I'm going to ask you to discuss about local cultural education for our children. This study has been done together with Francisca Widiawati. The structure of my presentation could be divided into background, method, globalization, and Mangrai culture, cultural education, local culture education in Mangrai, and then conclusion. Since my English is not so familiar to some of you, I ask you to have attention on the slides during my presentation. I'll start my presentation with background. In the background, I want to describe the context of this topic in the context of Indonesia as a multicultural country and the context of the danger of globalization. Indonesia has a diversity of ethnics, religions, races, and groups. From Sabang to Merauke, there are hundreds of cultures. They have become a beautiful mosaic that decorate and beautify the Republic of Indonesia. Cultural diversity is certainly an asset of the wealth of the Indonesian nation. Cultural diversity gives birth to economic diversity, social diversity, artistic diversity, diversity of values and social interactions, etc. Cultural diversity enriches Indonesian national culture and fosters the spirit of true brotherhood without discrimination. This diversity can be a source of knowledge for local residents and world scientists. Since the beginning of Indonesian independence, the founding fathers have respected and interpreted positively the significance of local culture to the life of the nation. Local culture contributes greatly to national identity. Gandhi says that a nation's culture resides in the hearts and the soul of its people. So, Indonesian culture resides in the Mangrai people's hearts and soul. However, in the era of globalization and digital technology, the existence of local culture is threatened with extinction due to globalization and modernization. There are many young Indonesians who forget their own culture and don't care about its existence and sustainability. Such a situation will become even more dangerous because of the government lack of attention to the preservation of local culture. Various studies show that the extinction of culture occurs because the people do not have a sense of pride in their own culture in encounter with a stronger foreign culture. Many younger generation are not interested anymore in batik heritage, in bambu angklung, in kolintang, Dayak arts, Mangrai cultures, etc. Many young people are more interested in foreign cultural products. They have even forgotten their identity as Indonesian because of globalization. In the context of Indonesia, the loss of cultural pride from a community is certainly very vulnerable to sustainability and survival as a nation. Here, globalization may erode the sense of nationalism. Therefore, it's very important for local cultural community to be sensitive to the threat of globalization. Here, all parties must play an active role in maintaining the sustainability of local culture. This study will highlight the importance of local cultural education in formal education in Manggarai. There are several questions raised here. Why should cultural education in the Manggarai region be taught in formal education? How is it implemented in schools? Who should be responsible and involved in its implementation? So far, there is no specific study on this issue. There were many studies on Manggarai culture in general. Kanis Barung and Zacharias Angkasa wrote the books on local culture education, but to me, those studies did not cover the many aspects of local wisdom in Manggarai. The method of the study consists of literature and literature study and field studies. The literature study was conducted to obtain data related to globalization and government regulations on local content education. It also includes various researches on the impact of globalization on local culture. Field studies are directed to find data on problems that are currently happening among young people in Manggarai. Then I want to talk about globalization and Manggarai culture. Here I want to tell you the phenomenon of globalization in Manggarai. Globalization makes this world a big village. Human mobility from one place to another is very intense and fast. Some people say that globalization is the homogenization of the world under the auspices of American popular culture, of Western consumerism in general. Globalization has an impact on changes in society and their environment, especially changes in attitudes and orientations toward their local cultural values. In the era of globalization, a strong culture will dominate and weaken a local culture. Here, the local culture is not able to compete in political, social, educational, economic, and technological life. Nowadays, teenagers in Manggarai easily access news, music, movies, and lifestyles of people in other countries through the internet. You may see the picture here, a student with laptop and handphone. The presence of digital technology encourages the younger generation to abandon their cultural and religious values, then pursue the values of freedom, hedonism, parties, and promiscuity. There are signs of leaving Manggarai culture and switching to foreign cultures, such as in the fields of art, fashion, hobbies, food taste, entertainment, language, lifestyle, interaction with parents, interaction with teachers, secularism culture, and pragmatism. Some younger generations of Manggarai are more proud of foreign cultures than their own. In terms of dress, for example, they are more proud to wear tight pants or sexy skirts. They also love foreign dances and songs more than Manggarai dances and songs. They prefer to eat fast food, pizza, spaghetti, hamburgers, fried chicken, rather than local food. Recently, it was quite viral for high school students from East Manggarai who held a Western style party like students' party in a Western country after completing their final high school examination. They danced in a very strong, sexy style. For them, globalization means progress and efficiency, while local cultures means obsolete and not relevant. The process of marginalizing Manggarai culture becomes even more concerning when the development of digital technology triggers various kinds of innovation and changes. The disruption becomes more real when there is a shift in people's activities from the real world to the virtual world, and a shift from human power to machine power or computers or robots. The same disruption also fosters a post-truth culture that triggers the spread of false, fake news, online fraud, and so on. Here, young people tend to be more individualistic. The process of marginalization becomes worse if the government has no attention to the existence and sustainability of local culture. While on the other hand, Manggarai culture is actually very unique and rich in spiritual, social, and cultural dimensions. It has values, moral sources, knowledge, and policies in managing social life and resolving conflicts, various problems in a good and right way. All of these values and knowledge become a system of local wisdom that is valued by the community. Local wisdom in the Manggarai community is usually expressed in various customs, rituals, songs, dances, stories, legends, laws, proverbs, etc. Local wisdom is important in solving various problems and difficulties. All of this is important to build solidarity between local communities for the sake of preserving and conserving nature. The habit of bringing offerings to the springs is a kind of local wisdom in Manggarai in maintaining springs. The various stages in the ritual of marriage are a form of local wisdom in maintaining the unity and integrity of the community and spouse. The Kyong songs raises awareness to be in harmony with nature. The expression par awo kolop sale, ulun le wain lau, onele sosale one wise loud, indicates the people's closeness and unity with nature. The song Bombang Beli actually reminds the Manggarai people how to face any changes in life. They have many stories and legends saying that their ancestors came from certain types of flora or fauna. All these stories and legends aim at promoting nature as the source of human's life. For them, everything is to be in harmony with nature and not to be against it. For them, living in harmony with nature means living in harmony with the creator of nature. Next, I move to cultural education. Education plays a very significant role in humans' life. Education always aims to foster human beings to become more human and develop their hidden human potentials, which includes intellectual, emotional, spiritual, etc. Education has a very strong relationship with culture. Education cannot be separated from culture. Education is a process of socializing values, knowledge, attitudes, and skills. The National Educational System Law in Indonesia emphasizes the cultural values on education. And according to TILAR, the educational process is basically an acculturation. There is no education without culture and vice versa. A philosopher in the 18th century, Johann Gottfried Herder, says, culture and education is so natural to man because human nature can only be revealed through education and culture. According to him, human being is born twice. First, human being is born physically, and second is born culturally. Pope John Paul II says, man is understood in a more complete way when he is situated in the sphere of culture through his language, history, and the position he takes towards the fundamental events of life, such as birth, love, work, and death. At the heart of every culture lies the attitude man takes to the greatest mystery. Different cultures are basically different ways of facing the question of the meaning of life. A people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. So culture is very important for human's life. Cultural education actually has several characteristics. First, education and learning of cultural values is not something verbal only. It's something done. It emphasizes real experience, either through observation or imitation. Here, it applies the principle learning by doing. Second, learning of cultural values must be based on the experience of the surrounding environment and daily experience. They learn from life experience. Here, students should be exposed to local culture. Third, learning of cultural values must be democratic, where children are given the opportunity to experience the cultural environment directly. Fourth, learning of cultural values should be able to explore motoric competence and pay attention to aspects of the specification of existing cultural values. And the last, learning of cultural values prioritizes human values, communication, and relationships. These are the characteristics of cultural education. According to some researchers, Walsila says that cultural education must be based on experience and adapt to new culture and become parts of human's life and should be dynamic. Olim et al. Argues that cultural education is a kind of indigenous learning style to acquire knowledge and skills, while Kurt Baylor emphasized the value of local wisdom in cultural education. The value of local wisdom has to be the core of cultural education. Now I reach to the local cultural education in Manggarai. Local cultural education has become a trend in Indonesia. The central government, through various regulations, has encouraged local governments and local communities to develop local culture education. The regulation number 79 of 2014 about local content of 2013 curriculum says several important things related to local cultural education. First, local cultural education makes students understand and love the advantages and wisdom of local culture. Second, local culture education forms attitudes, knowledge, and skills in students so that they know and love the natural, social, cultural, and spiritual environment in their area. Third, local culture education contributes very positively to the preservation and development of local excellence and wisdom in the context of national development and global civilization. Fourth, the local cultural education development must be in accordance with the development of students, the integrity of the child's competence, flexible in time, form, and arrangement. The fifth, local cultural education requires political, legal, financial, and resources support from the provincial, district, and educational units in accordance with their respective authorities. Its development must involve school elements, university, various local resource persons, and related parties. In the context of Mangrai, local cultural education to me is very urgent for several reasons. First, local cultural education in Mangrai is actually a form of recognition and appreciation of the richness of Mangrai culture. It also shows that local culture has a spiritual wealth for people's life and a very close and integral relationship with their environment. Local cultural education indicates the significance of local culture for the development of social solidarity of its people, and so its stimulative function, artistic, historical, ecological, or even mystical functions. Local cultural education is certainly a response to the importance of local wisdom. The second reason, local culture education shows that Mangrai culture has a wealth of cultural values and local wisdom. Mangrai culture upholds the harmony of life between humans and the surrounding environment. The community has its own local wisdom. Local wisdom is very important to build brotherhood and solidarity among the citizens. Mufid argues that local wisdom is one source of community cultural knowledge. And according to Wuryandari and Rihardi, local wisdom is very important for the conservation and preservation of natural resources, human resources, cultural and scientific development, etc. Third, Mangrai culture education is urgent because of the emergence of the phenomenon of teenagers or young people starting to feel foreign to Mangrai culture, Mangrai songs, dance, language, etc., and prefer Western culture, prefer Korean films, prefer Chinese products, and so on. If this is allowed, the Mangrai culture is increasingly being displaced and marginalized. Sooner or later, the Mangrai people become spectators with their own culture and become strangers in their own land. So far, there is no model of character education that is in accordance with the religion and culture of Mangrai. Mangrai local culture education is still a concern and is still a sporadic. Mangrai cultural education has not been planned systematically and comprehensively. The sources, curriculum, the sources, and learning media are also not adequate. In some places, Mangrai cultural education is carried out by relying on books by Kanis Barung and by Zacharias Angkasa. These two books, according to me, cannot be used as standard books because their contents are still limited and not comprehensive. Furthermore, each school applies it according to their respective circumstances and abilities. Fifth, the Mangrai community actually has a deliberative educational model and seeks to transmit fundamental ideas regarding the nature of the world, humans, knowledge, and values. They have tradition how to educate children regarding the nature of the world, humans, knowledge, and values. There are some studies showing the local wisdom of Mangrai in educating the children. The studies done by Franz Borgias, I myself also have written on this issue. Finally, every Mangrai child has the right to be raised and educated according to his culture. For a long time, our society has been dominated by the Western educational mindset, so that they are not aware of and forget the superiority of local wisdom. Local cultural education is basically based on local wisdom that has been proven to make the community survive from century to century. The question, how is the local culture education implemented in Mangrai? First, basically Mangrai cultural education should not direct or should not make students to be ethnocentric, and on the other hand, this kind of education fosters respect and appreciation for other cultures, respects differences, and builds friendship in differences. Mangrai cultural education must be in the context of the nation state and nation building. Pride in one's own culture should foster a love for the Republic of Indonesia. Second, Mangrai cultural education should help students love for their own culture. Through their own culture, their cultural identity will be formed, including the way of life, the way of thinking. One of the goals of Mangrai cultural education is for students to have an awareness of the nature and importance of Mangrai culture in the life of the nation and as a global citizens. By learning local culture at school, cultural identities ways of thinking are formed in accordance to the community. Paulo Coelho culture says, people understand if they understand each other better in their soul, it is easier to overcome the economic and political barriers. Means here, people in Mangrai should know their own cultures and other cultures. Third, Mangrai cultural education is also an educational approach that integrates local wisdom in its practice. It is an approach in which teaching and learning happen based on the values, norms, beliefs, and practices that are the foundation of Mangrai culture. Here, local wisdom becomes the bread or soul of all elements of Mangrai cultural education, starting from the curriculum, teaching learning process, and the evaluation. This approach tries to keep students from being uprooted from their cultural roots because they understand and realize the meaning of their own culture, their own local wisdom. Next, Mangrai culture education must meet the psychological and pedagogical principles according to the level of education of students. It must be relevant to students' development and students' competence, students' interests, etc. Therefore, the source of book for Mangrai cultural education has and contains comprehensive aspects of Mangrai culture. They are arranged in a good and interesting communication and information strategies. Furthermore, Mangrai cultural education must be protected by law so that it binds all its people. Without legal protection, Mangrai cultural education will be easily ignored because it is considered outdated, old-fashioned, obsolete, and impractical. The presence of regional regulation is crucial for the realization of a systematic and comprehensive Mangrai cultural education. The regulation should bind all parties in its implementation. In addition, Mangrai cultural education requires political and financial support from the local government. To care for and preserve a culture, of course, requires political will and funds to finance all its activities and programs. Without this kind of support, the Mangrai cultural education will not be implemented well. The government may also build a joint information center for promoting cultural performances and cultural products. As information, currently there is a team at St. Paul University that is trying to compile a Mangrai cultural education curriculum and books for elementary school children. The themes raised in the books include types of games, songs, fairy tales, legends, household equipment, work equipment, names of flora and fauna, will structures, attitudes, and behavior, and other customary procedures and rights. The assistance of this book can certainly help fill in the gaps. However, its presence requires support of any party, especially from the government. Finally, I reach to conclusion. Mangrai culture is very unique and rich in spiritual, social, cultural, political dimension, and so on. This uniqueness and wealth are very crucial for the formation of one's identity and solidarity as Indonesian citizen. However, currently the richness and superiority of Mangrai culture is being degraded or threatened due to the globalization and technological advances, which are very strong in promoting global culture. To face the threat of negative impacts of globalization and disruption of digital technology, it is necessary to preserve and conserve Mangrai culture by providing local cultural education in formal schools. The education aims to form and build the cultural identity and identity of students in Mangrai and to preserve Mangrai culture in the 4.0 area. In order for Mangrai cultural education efforts to be successful, it requires the cooperation of all parties, especially the government. There are three important things the government should do. First, to stipulate a local regulation on Mangrai cultural education in formal education. Second, to include the Mangrai cultural education as his strategic program. Third, to prepare a special budget for Mangrai cultural education. That is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Now go to the moderator.
Thank you very much for very inspiring and very insightful presentation related to how Manggaran culture is rich with local wisdom and also cultural values and how to regenerate it through education. And now we come to question and answer session. Okay, let us check the questions on chat box. Okay, there's one question on chat box. Ada satu pertanyaan di chat box. Yang di chat box ada dulu. Di chat box ada satu pertanyaan. Okay, there's one question from Willie Gis. Thanks for the father's presentation. In this time, I would like to ask about how to teach local culture in formal education to younger people. As we know that in the courses, in the higher school, especially in English language department, there's no course related to culture. So how to teach it in formal education? Okay, Prof, would you please to unmute your audio?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, how to teach the local culture to the student in formal education. First of all, I think the government has provided specific credits for MOLOC in the curriculum. Okay, so we can use the time for local culture education. How to implement it? As I said, so far, many teachers rely on the book of Mr. Kanis Barong, teach the content of the book relates to agriculture activities in Manggarai. That's the content. How to teach them? Yeah, as I said in my presentation, they should be exposed to the culture. So when the students are taught the local cultures, they have to teach how to, for example, how to dance Nununake or sing the songs, the Manggarai songs, etc. They need to be exposed to the local cultures. Second, I think they need to teach the philosophy of that culture. Why the Manggarai people develop such kinds of culture, such kinds of tradition. I think that's the two main important thing in teaching local culture to students in formal education. First, they need to be exposed to the culture, and they need to know the philosophy, the meaning of or what's the benefit of those cultures. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Prof. Hopefully this answer Village's question. Okay, there's one participant who raised hand, ya, Ibu Olga.
Well, thank you, Prof. I have a simple question actually. Do you have any ideas regarding the effect of modernization on the sacredness of local culture? Like an issue of budaya caci, so at one of the fashion shows in Jakarta recently, it becomes a hottest issue right now, especially for us as Manggarai. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you for the question. To me, the issue about caci dance in the fashion in Jakarta, my understanding, this is about fashion. It is about an art. It's not about caci dance. It's not about caci dance. It's about fashion. That's the first. According to me, we should make distinction between caci dance, caci dress, and fashion. To me, this is a fashion that inspired by caci dress. So the inspiration is from caci dress. I think in that event, the dancer or the people, the person who saw the dress inspired from caci doesn't want to say this is the dress of caci. It doesn't say that. Okay, just say that the dress is inspired of the caci dress. That's the first. Second, we should ask the question. I also read some critics on this issue. They said that it's a kind of harassment. So it's degrade the local culture. To me, the question, which part of local culture is degraded or is harassed by this event. Okay, in my understanding, Caci has many aspects: religious aspects, okay, social aspects, artistic aspects, even competition aspects, etc. In my understanding, this performance has no intention to harass the Mangarain, the Caci dance or the Caci dress. I think that's my opinion about the issue.
Prof, for the answer, we have another participant who raised hand. Okay, Pak Ferdinandus.
Thank
Okay.
you for the time given to me. Thank you, Prof, for your nice presentation. It's very interesting talking about local culture in Manggarai. Your recommendation and that local culture should be taught in formal education, as you said that local culture education. But the fact that our teachers in schools do not have special knowledge about local culture, that's the problem. As we know that local culture in Manggarai is very complex. It talk about tarian, caci, it talk about local food and many kinds of local culture. As a leader of Unica St. Paulus, which prepare the teachers, maybe you have recommendation to prepare the teacher who has special knowledge about local culture. Thank you, Father.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferdi, for your very good question. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. So far, we have no sufficient teachers for teaching local cultures to students. And my understanding also, some resources people in the village also are not available in any village. It's my understanding. Not everyone, or what we call Tuagolo and Tuateno, know very good the philosophy of Manggarai culture. Regarding to this case, in the Catholic University, we have developed studies on local culture. We fortunately we have Father Inosutam who really knows Manggarai culture, and he started to educate students here by teaching them some aspects of local Manggarai culture. And I believe so far we have not done enough for educating local culture education. But first, in this conference, I want to raise commitment. I want us to be aware we need to have local culture education. If we have a commitment, we can plan it systematically and comprehensively. As I said, we need to sit together. We need to collaborate. The government, the Tuagolo, and the schools, the university, etc. We need to sit together and talk about it, and if we can, we make the books and the curriculum, etc. And then we train the teacher for that purpose. I think that's my idea for the issue.
Thank you, Father and Miss Fatima. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ferdinandus. Okay, Prof, there is another question on chat box.
Okay, chat box.
I think the question related to Sasiku have been answered before. And let's see. Oh yeah, the question from Armina. Okay, how we train the young generation now in order to preserve and value the local culture amid the development of technology in our society as well as in the school.
Okay, how teach the children in the 4.0 area? As I said in my presentation, the foreign culture, the foreign products may be more interesting than our local culture because of their performance or their advertisement and the way we think. My understanding, we have to teach our children since or teach them as soon as possible, since their childhood, early childhood. We need to expose them to our culture. My understanding, why our children are more interested in new technologies, because they are exposed to those cultures very early by their parents. Even their parents also are more interested in those products in the new or foreign cultures. I think that's my answer. Moderator?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Hopefully this answer Anita Amu's question. Let's see the next question from Lydia Stefani. Okay, would you please? Yeah. Like how to adapt well to the times without losing cultural values. Does keeping up with the times actually eliminate cultural values? Because many people focusing on the modernization and forget and dream of their own culture.
May you repeat, Fatma?
How to adapt well to the times without losing cultural values. Does keeping up with times actively eliminate cultural values? Because many people focusing on modernization and forget their own culture.
Okay. How to educate them? Then first of all, education is very important in setting the mind of our children. Yeah? If our education includes our culture within the new culture, within the the flows of globalization, our children will respect our local culture. So just give them a chance, give them a room, and teach them that our culture is not below the foreign culture, the global culture. And we need to teach them that more cultures we learn, richer we are. Yeah? And we will respect or we have a better understanding about the world if we respect our own culture and the cultures of outside or the global culture. I think the important things, how to adapt to make them go not against one another. Yeah. First of all, the concept we should know the basic concept of the culture. Sometimes we debate on the superficial part of the culture, not on the substantial part of the culture. So we should know the substantial culture part of the culture, and we can adapt to the substantial element of the new culture. I think that's the important thing. We can adapt them as far as we know the substance of the culture, whether it's local culture or the foreign culture. That's my opinion on that issue.
Okay, thank you, Prof. We still have one question from Carolus Kai. Okay, can we do cursed dance on campus as much as we appreciate the cabaret dance culture?
Sorry, can we?
Can we do cursed dance on campus as much as we appreciate the cabaret dance culture?
Yeah. The question. Yeah, I think we can do any dance in the campus as long as it has a benefit, good value for us. Yeah. I don't know what is the background of the question. Probably there is any kind of dance which is debatable among us. Probably that's the background of the question. For me, the question, the dance, any dance has any value. Yeah. I don't know what kind of dance that is not suitable to the situation in the campus. I don't know. Probably you can give more information about the question. Moderator?
Bisa lihat lagi pertanyaannya tadi, Albertus. The question. Bisa lihat lagi. Okay, thank you, Prof, for the answer. Lagi, Carolus, you can give us more information about those two types of dance. Yeah, you can type your response on chat box. Okay, we move to another question from Father Johannes Mariano. Yeah, this is a simple response, yeah, to one of your great ideas. As you know, culture generally and local culture specifically are resources for education. Okay, like Herder as one of the theory that Prof already quoted, and then she's culture or local culture as resources for education. How do we transform culture become education in frame of education? Like geared, culture is not merely local genius, but local knowledge. So we can up some patterns, namely culture as education, culture by education, and culture through education.
Okay. Can you repeat the last sentence?
Okay.
Through education, culture.
Culture as education, culture by education, and culture through education.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I may misunderstood with those concepts. Okay. I just want to highlight what I mean cultural education in formal education. Yeah, in my understanding here, the local culture is taught to the student in formal school. That's basically the simple understanding of local cultural education. Okay, when they are taught the local culture education, my understanding it can be the method of teaching can be teaching cultural through education or through culture teaching culture in education. Yeah, my understanding those concepts are related one another. Probably the emphasis is quite different. That's my response to the question.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Prof, for the answer. We still have 15 minutes. Maybe there are another questions from participants. You may raise hands. Pak Ferdinandus again? Atau bukan ya? Iya, raise hand. Oh, bukan ya? No? Okay. Other participants? Okay, if there's no questions from the participants, I have one question, Prof.
Yes.
Yeah, related to culture education, and then this is related to the role of family in educating their teenagers, their children. Yeah, what do you think the main role of family to educate their children related to cultural values and also cultural wisdoms, as family is the main or the first education that students have in family. They have or they learn ethics and also religions. Yeah, I think cultures also should be taught in families, but sometimes we found that families doesn't really concerns on educating their children related to education.
Okay. Thank you for the question. First of all, I think we all believe that family has a very crucial role in education, including local culture education. But in fact, not all families in Mangrai has good knowledge in local culture education. That's the what I call it a problem. Yeah. In such kind of situation, yeah, we need help from the other institutions, from schools, from government, for the community. That's the the other roles that also help the family in teaching the children local culture. Okay? And that's why in my understanding, in the context of Manggarai, the influence of the educated people are still strong. The influence of the educated people. And the educated people work in the government, at schools, and all the institutions. So if those people, the educated people, have no interest in local culture, I think it really worse for us. It doesn't help those families who have no enough knowledge on local culture. I think the role of the educated person is very crucial here. Yeah. If they work in the government, they need to show their concerns in local cultures. If they work at schools or other institute, they also they need to show their concern on local culture. That's my idea.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for your answer. And yeah, the question ends our question and answer session today. Thank you so much for all participants who participate actively. And then, ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause for Professor Dr. Johannes Servatius Boylen, MA. Okay, Prof, sorry, there is one response from Father Johannes Mariano for the answer that you have given before.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Rino.
Thank you for Rekans. I want to continue my response about one of a pattern I suggest to you about education, culture by education. As you know, you are one of the proponents now to compose local subject, Manggarai culture. We want to expose to our audience, specifically in Manggarai, that our institution seriously to contribute to our region, our regency, how we build local culture in our institution. So I hope by this moment, you as a leader of our campus promote and explain for other people that our institution seriously built our local culture by compose local subject, Manggarai culture subject in elementary school, in secondary school in Manggarai. Thank you, Father.
Okay, thank you for your idea. You remind me about how should we promote local culture in the campus. I think before the pandemic, we did a lot in campus regarding with the local cultures. We have Eucharistic celebration in Manggarai language. Okay, we perform ordik in local dress, and there even we have celebration anniversary. I don't remember when it was, but we have a celebration is what in the way we celebrate Panti. We have done it in so far, and now Mr. Inos plan to have what we have Sangar here And long time, I also suggest us to have a museum on Mangrai culture. I think there are many things we need to do in the future. And I agree with you, our campus should be in advance for other people, so other people can follow us in the future. Okay? Yeah. And so far, for the time being, as I inform you, there is a team in this campus university, consists of more than 20 teachers, are working on curriculum and the book of local culture education. I think the book is almost ready, and we will promote this book to the government and to the schools and to anyone in Mangrai. We hope our efforts will be appreciated by others. It's my hope. And I also need your help, everyone's help in promoting local cultural education in Mangrai. I think that's my answer.
Thank you for that.
Yes, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yeah, there is another question from Romo Max. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Father Professor John, for your presentation. A very short question from me. In your exploration or research about this issue, like your concern, very deep concern about local culture, Makan tradition, did you find like universal character of our culture? So we don't feel like very shocked if like in entertainment or fashion, somebody else use our like tradition dance and so on. Because for me, culture also the window for us to meet like global audience and so on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Father Mas, for your question. To my knowledge, based on some reference I read, I think there is a universal culture. They call it global culture. There's a characteristic by, as I said, consumerism, pragmatism, hedonism, etc. I think this kind of way of lifestyle, they call it as a global culture. There's something foreign. It's not in our culture. Okay, I think this foreign culture or universal culture may become our culture also here. And the concern is that if this universal culture change our local culture, that's the concern. The important thing, how they can adapt one another. And we need to sit together to how to think about it, how to make them go together very well. I think that's the concern. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Father Prof. Thank you.
Yes, moderator.
And before I close this session, I would like to highlight some points from the presentation. Okay, the uniqueness of each culture is certainly an asset for the nation. However, globalization has made strong global culture dominate and weaken the local cultures. So maintaining and strengthening local culture in this context, in Manggaran culture, is highly significant And then some points highlighted from the result of the research is that the first, cultural education is so natural to man that human nature can only be revealed through education and also culture. And then the second one, local culture education builds attitudes, knowledge, and skills so that students know and love the physical, social, cultural, and spiritual environment in their area. And the third one, local cultural education contributes very positively to the preservation and development of local wisdom, and it will be useful for national development and global civilization. And the last one, local cultural education must be in accordance with students' development, students' comprehensible competence, and has to be flexible in type, form, and arrangement. And the recommendation proposed is the need for cooperation and involvement of many parties, such as government, the educational institute, and the community in order to success the local cultural education in Manggarai. It is especially recommended for the local government to provide legal, political, and financial support. Okay, His Excellency Professor Dr. Johannes Terpasislon MA, on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you so much for your presentation. And we would like to present the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you for the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Father Mas, and all the members of the committee.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Prof.
much, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for
Prof.
everyone.
Thank you,
Okay,
Father Prof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you also to all the participants who give their active participation during this session. Good morning. Thank you. Okay, we go back to MC.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mrs. Fatma. Thank you also to Father Professor for telling us about maintaining local culture nowadays. Thank you so much for this. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have our last but not least, again, the last but not least preliminary session. It is the presentation from Father Dr. Vincentius Adi Gunawan. Hello, Father. Have you already been with us? Hello.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for waking you
Morning,
up early in
everybody.
the morning.
No,
Okay,
no
Ren,
problem.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. How is life, Father?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. And how is Duda? How are you there?
Okay, we are also good. Nice to hear that.
Thank
Okay?
you. Yeah.
Okay, Father, you will be moderated by Bapak Adrianus Nabung MPD. He is an English lecturer at Universitas Katolik Indonesia Santo Paulus Ruteng. Bapak Adrianus, the floor is yours.
Your classmate pun?
No,
Oh,
I'm older.
You are older. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Older.
And I look older.
Okay, my respected for the keynote speakers today, especially for Father Professor John. It's very great presentation. I think from the perspective of Manggarai culture, I think it's a very good point of view on how to do with our culture next. So I hope Father Vincentius Adigunawan from Germany is on the spot now. Let me know. Father Vincent?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I hope so. Okay, good morning. All participants today, my respected keynote speakers, and dear participants of the second International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language and Culture, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Sciences, St. Paul Catholic University of Indonesia, Ruteng. I am Adrian Nabung, who will guide this discussion going forward as a moderator. So hopefully every one of you is still fit and loyal to this activity. And we are entering the third session of the presentation of the keynote speakers today. And in this session, there will be Father Dr. Vincentius Adi Gunawan Mekka, Societas Verbi Divini or SPD from Germany, with a paper entitled Do Ancestors and Spirits Still Help in COVID-19? A review of crisis resolution in the traditional life of the Manggarai people. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as a missionary priest from Manggarai who works in the academic field at a well-known university in Germany, of course, Father Vincent really understands the characteristics of the socio-religious tradition of the Manggarai people, which is supported by the results of his research so far. Therefore, allow me to introduce a brief profile of Father Vincent and the highlight of his description of the presentation theme, which he will investigate deeply in front of us today. Father Vincent was born in Merombok, Manggarai Timur, and graduated from secondary school seminary or minor seminary St. John Paul II in Labuan Bajo, Manggarai Barat. Then joined the Societas Verbi Divini congregation and briefly studied philosophy in Ledalero for several years before finally continuing his higher education in Poland and obtaining his master's degree in the field of theology at the University of Warmińsko-Mazurski Olsztyn, Poland in 2004. Then he continued his doctoral education in the field of ethnomusicology at St. John Paul II University, Lublin, Poland in 2012. And he is currently working as an academic at the Kölner Hochschule für Katholische Theologie, Köln, Germany. And he has produced many scientific publications published in various journals. And Father Vincent's work in the academic field is also indicated by his frequent presence as a speaker at various international conferences and seminars. Father Vincent is very fluent in Polish or Poland language, in Germany or Deutschsprachen, and of course is master enough in English. Today he will talk about how the socio-religious traditions of the Manggarai people inherited from their ancestors are oriented in providing crisis resolution in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is all about the highlight of Father Vincent's profile and also his perspectives today. So we give the widest opportunity to Father Vincent to speak his mind. Please, Your Excellency, Father Vincent Adi Gunawan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to this conference. And I am so sorry that I cannot enjoy the whole conference. I'm in Stuttgart now. We are celebrating the Catholic Days of Germany in Stuttgart. And here I am observing how the Catholicity of the Germans is still strong and how they live their Catholicity. And it's also the nuance of my title of my reference today. Do the ancestors and spirits still help in times of COVID-19? It's also a question of the religiosity. It's yeah. I hope you can hear me well. I hope you can hear me well.
Here, Father.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The world is rapidly developing in all aspects. What is known as social change that cause significant and regular transformations. I'm sorry, I have to share you. Okay, this one and this. Yeah. Can you see this? Yeah. Yeah. It's a social change that causes significant and regular transformations in all aspects of life, in technologies, in techniques, infrastructure, and or related forms of life in a given place of among people. And here we are experiencing a pandemic of COVID-19 virus and its variants. It has been 3 years since the outbreak of the so-called Wuhan virus. Many things in the universe are changing and many things remain the same. Physical contact should be reduced and people should choose only the most urgent daily needs. In order to survive, people need to be more creative, and this causes also an increasingly using of electronic media. Many studies confirm that nature has benefited from pandemic restrictions, where people cannot use all kinds of machines that cause a lot of pollution. Social life continues and will be sustainable if it is understood in terms of cover all aspects of social life, such as culture, politics, economics, and also ecology. As the pandemic disrupts all human development processes, all communities are trying to find solutions to keep life stable. One of the methods in traditional social groups is to return to cultural roots. In my description, we will focus on human strategies in overcoming the existential difficulties caused by the pandemic based on the traditional Manggarai belief in spirits. Which solutions are used to be chosen in the cultural context of local society during many critical times? Can the way the ancestors tried to solve problems be valid in modern times? This paper takes an ethnological approach to find answers to some existential questions in the face of the human crisis situation, such as the importance of tradition or traditional consciousness in the life of modern society or traditional mindset. It's based on existing literature or publications, comparative analysis, and interviews with Manggarai people from my side in Eastern Manggarai about the circumstances around COVID-19 that can be observed in the local context. We are going to start with the first point. The ancestors and guardian spirits in the Manggarai culture. I will try to describe shortly about two kinds of spirits. There are 4 or 5 kinds of spirits in Manggarai culture, in Manggarai belief, but I will describe only these two type of understanding, or spirits understanding among Manggarai people. The ancestors and guardian spirits in the Manggarai culture. Guardian spirits in Germany, they call Naturgeist, natural spirits, the spirits in the nature. In this subsection, in the sub point, I will try to describe the powers of supernatural beings. Beings that have their roots in the existence of humans, or they were humans in the past. Their powers affect the daily lives of living beings and even nature, as climate, natural disasters, etc. Traditional Manggarai life is closely associated with the belief in the existence of spirits. Like Kanis Deki gives an example of the reference to the ancestors of nature spirits from the East Manggarai before the sowing time. It is not the lingua franca from Manggarai, but it's Eastern Manggarai accent. Dengeli temuria gungaran embu agombo agusangen atapa anabele vone mail sowo gamin dong manu kramba puuntado. Here, O God and the ancestors and the guardian spirits, we sacrifice the chicken today to begin our sowing season. First, 2 types of spirits must be distinguished: ancestral spirits and guardian spirits. Unlike the Kasai people in Congo, who believe that ancestral spirits live in specific things or as statues or other handmade objects, which is called fetishes. While guardian spirits of nature spirits, guardian spirits or natural spirits have a specific territory and influence, and they influence a place. In Manggarai, ancestral spirits are not likely to be associated with specific things or symbols, and we will see in this next point. The ancestors, Mpo, Ceki, Vura, or Vura Ceki. In Eastern Manggarai, Mpo, Seki, Vura Seki, it's other, or in Western Manggarai, it's also with S. Manggarai still maintain, people of Manggarai still maintain a bond with their dead people, especially their elder or parents, dead elder, dead parents, by remembering or invoking them through traditional prayers in different rituals or ceremonies. In major clan or family ceremonies, ancestors are invoked to ask for the blessing or permission to do this ceremony. It is the belief that they have power over the clan and can interfere in their lives of the living people. Not all ancestors are considered members of the ancestral community. They used to have a high status in life. They have led a good life, and after their death, a rite, kelas or pakadia, would be held. And they are considered as friends of Morikrain, supreme being, God. Manggarai people treat their ancestors as they did when they were alive, not only by remembering or mentioning them, but also by feeding and caring, taking care for their graves. The ancestors are considered close to Morikrain in every kelas or pakadia ritus. The farewell ceremony after death, the deceased elder, the dead elder, is asked to be the mediators to God, and also it's so believed by the people of Manggarai as the mediators to God, Morikrain, for the living clan or for the family members. Second point, the guardian or natural spirits. We call Darat or Arta Palestina. The traditional legends of the Manggarai tell of the unity of the living beings at the beginning of life. Verheyen and Erb, in their publications about Manggaraians, often turns to legends and myths of their local community. The legends tell that people lived in the beginning together with other kinds of living beings, side by side with spirits. However, they were separated by the Supreme Being, by Morikai, because they disagreed with each other on how to praise Morikai. Another legend says that the division was also caused by a conflict between two children of the first people, two siblings, the older of whom did not observe the rules of adat, of the local tradition. Morikai makes this separation between humans and Darat or Ata Palestina by using a leaf of meadow grass, ri'i, or vakas. According to this separation, henceforth, all domestic animals and plants are the property of humans and spirits of the humans, and the spirits take the wild things, wild animals, wild plants. The world of living people is the opposite of the world of spirits. Spirits see everything in a different way than humans. For example, they see a small thing as a big thing, and vice versa. Spirits do not use fire as humans do. Spirits are night or nocturnal creatures, while humans are active during the day. Spirits can see in the dark, but are blind in the light of day. People in Manggarai believe that spirits, Darat, watch over certain areas of life. There is Darat Baiteku, the guardian spirit of the water source, Darat Beo, the guardian spirit of the village, and Darat Lingko, the guardian spirit of the field. The spirits, like the ancestors, are also intermediaries or mediators to the Morikai, but they do decide people's life entirely on their own. It is in their will whether or not there is enough water for the coming years, also to make the harvest fruitful or not. They can even turn bad weather for certain ceremonies into good weather. Finally, the spirits can cure illnesses or drive out pandemic or endemic diseases. The next point, the pandemic experience, and the question we ask, are the ancestors and spirits angry? Firstly, the spirits in the crisis times of the human being. COVID-19 is not the first major global pandemic to occur in human history. Plague has killed more than 200 million people throughout history, different plagues, since the second century after Christ. The Spanish flu in 1919 killed around 15 million people, and the other variants of influenza in the following years also killed millions. The SARS disease in 2002 and 2003 claimed about 18,000 lives. In 2009, 2010, there were about 18,000 deaths from swine flu. Cholera, Ebola, and dengue fever were and are still the most common killers of populations in Africa. The current COVID-19 has claimed over 6 million lives worldwide. The technology of each era, each time, has tried to find the source of the disease. As in the past, for example, Alexander Fleming's invention of penicillin somehow stopped the plague pandemic, although in Asia and Africa, but also in Asia and Africa, people are still dying from this disease. Spanish flu and cholera were also prevalent in Manggarai. Even today, dengue fever, sometimes cholera, remains a threat to the local population. COVID-19 disease emerged there late, but has already claimed nearly 200 lives and infected thousands of others in 3 parts of Manggarai. The biggest concern for the local people is the impact on social life, of course, especially in terms of traditional lifestyles, as there are many celebrations and people always want to gather together. In interviews with elders from Eastern Manggarai, especially in Ranambata, in Musu, in Mukon, they spoke of another aspect of the pandemic. They did not blame the Chinese or the Americans for the cause for COVID-19, but they maintained people's neglect to hear and heed the teachings of the ancestors. Tayo di se ame, pande di sende, tombo di sempo. And also neglect the existence of the spirits, which made them angry. They tell, if people continue like this, the deadly virus will reach all places of Manggarai. They referred to the cases in the past, such as Spanish flu, dengue fever, or natural disasters, which were caused by people's bad behavior towards the spirits. This point of view may be contrary to the science, but it is worth asking this question. Why? Even though we live in modern times, is it still popular among traditionally minded societies? This is referring to the spirits, to the tradition. The mythology of Manggarai leads us to the relationship between the living and the spirits. People have to perform certain favors to get prosperity, since only happy spirits can grant prosperity. In all ceremonies, both spirits and ancestors are put on the same level, for example, during ritual prayers. The attempt to appease or to please spirits is to offer them food. During the agrarian new ritual or the harvest ritual, Panti, meal from the new harvest or sacrificed animals is served in all important places. The amount of food is naturally small, which means a lot to the spirits. People begin the ceremony with a procession to the water source, then to the field and to the village altar, Chompang. Finally, they move to the other house, Barugendang or Tambong. If people do not do this, they will have a bad harvest next year because the spirits are not happy with the people. The bad harvest is not the only way the spirits express their anger. The other is through illness, internal family conflicts, and etc. People of Manggarai still believe that the spirits have to pay taxes to Moroccans in the form of human souls. The person whose souls the spirits have captured becomes ill, and if they decide to kill the soul, the person dies. Second, traditional survival strategies towards the crisis. There are many ways in which traditional communities protect themselves in critical situations such as pandemic. Among the most popular of these is the use of course, traditional medicines such as turmeric, ginger, lemongrass, citron, and other local plants. Admittedly, these items are integral part of cuisine of local people, as in Indonesia, in Manggarai, and their use or importance intensifies during times of illness or times of pandemic of COVID-19. People are using more gingers or more citrons and so on. In various parts of Asia, indigenous peoples have decided to return to the forest to defend themselves against the pandemic. For the Orang Asli of Malaysia, the forest has always been their home and source of medicine, and they are turning to the forest back in time of COVID-19. The other strategy in a pandemic is isolation, which is also not new for traditional communities. Isolation is also nothing new for people living in extreme traditional communities. So it is a very logical reaction for them to return to it in times of danger. This is also true for many other indigenous people, such as the inhabitants of the Amazon in Brasilia. The example of Igorot people in Luzon, Philippines, shows what the temporary self-isolation of a group or village to protect its membership during a crisis or after a tragedy can look like. A local informant in Igorot told us it helps them to cleanse, heal, and recover spiritually and emotionally. And during a collective quarantine, people are strictly forbidden to move around or to make unnecessary movements or sounds unless it's for purification rituals. They are forbidden to do this movement of sounds unless it is for purification rituals that are being performed. No one is allowed to enter or leave the community during this time. Any person or spirit coming across this border, they will be warned not to enter the area. And during this time, cooperation and support from the members and the community are emphasized. Similar practices exist also among the Karen people in Thailand. They call the quarantine Kro Ye. This is a regular part of the ritual in the 6 months each lunar calendar, and they are practicing is also in times of pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. During several crises, however, the Kroye, this ritual, this quarantine, can take on more complicated forms, as was the case 70 years ago, also during cholera outbreak. We are going to Manggarai. The Manggarai people are no longer living isolated from the modern outside world. But the traditional way of thinking is still strongly practiced. Many informants told me that they use traditional spices, ginger, turmeric, lemongrass, citron, to strengthen their immune system. The early days of the pandemic were not easy for the villagers as they lacked everything needed on a daily basis: food, oil, medicines, etc. Nevertheless, they try everything possible apart from the restrictions imposed by the governments, like self-isolation, making border of the villages, and so on. There are a number of rituals that are done in times of crisis. For example, if a newborn child gets sick for a long time, the family organizes a ritual to change the child's name, in its Manggarai, Sikomasan, believing that the ancestors or spirits do not agree with the name. There is a specific ritual that in Eastern Manggarai called Lun Toni if the pregnancy suddenly terminates, to ask for the blessings of ancestors and the spirits. The people of Manggarai turns to the spirits and ancestors for a solution during the catastrophic droughts, believing that this happens because not much has been sacrificed or good has been done. So they are sacrificing taku or tenghang darat. When someone suddenly disappears or leko, people believe they have been abducted by spirits. So a gong, music instrument, should be played to please the ears of the spirits. How then do the Manggarayans turn to the ancestral spirits in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic? From my conversations with the people of Manggarai, it is clear how strong the dependence of the local people on spirits is. Marcus, Simon, two Simons, Patrice, and others told of a village elder who used to go around the house, a family house, to talk to the spirits to prevent viruses from entering the house, to protect the house and the family. He is just going around the house. In every traditional prayer, Torok, Kepok, Tudak, and so on, the elders mention COVID-19 as one of the threats to the life of the community. The popular prayers are like, Dia dengan dia lemempu abu darat tanah, paing kali dani, tegi kali becu, lepo kali kala, vua kali raci, telah galang peang, dila api one, and so on and so on. Here, O ancestors, it's a free translation of mine. Here, O ancestors and spirits, bless us with a good harvest, no more hunger, with all blessings, no more diseases, no more disasters. And in time of COVID-19, they are praying in this way. They ask for protection from the virus and at the same time promise to live a better life. It's very important. They are promising to live a better life in harmony with clan members, with nature, with spirits, and of course, first of all, with Morikai. Simon Go even told of a person believed to be shaman, Atambako, who offers his own traditional medicine, he believes, given by spirits in a dream, and so many people trusted him. The most important things I would like to discuss here is a reflection of the necessity, of the urgency of traditional thinking, traditional mindsets, traditional tendency of local people to the tradition. Since independence of Indonesia in 1945, there have been many developmental changes in the Manggarai region, including the health care system. Moreover, in this time of modern technological and social opportunities, We are reflecting on the necessity and relevance of nurturing traditions. The same is true during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, where complex strategies and programs of state and local authorities are already in place to deal with uncertainties in the daily lives of citizens. After almost 3 years, and although the vaccine is still not fully administered, given in Manggarai, the COVID-19 problem is receding in local communities. As I learned from my interviews, there are no more big discussions about COVID-19 in Manggarai or also in local communities in Indonesia. There are other problems of the local communities. During the pandemic, Manggarai people may not have recourse to traditional ancestral and spiritual arrangements as much as other more isolated communities in the Philippines, in Thailand, or by the Orang Asli in Malaysia, or in Africa, in Latin America. But it is still relevant to ask whether these cultural elements are still helpful. In the context of current changes, the question must be asked whether what is still alive in people's traditional mindset, consciousness, can still be integrated into the scheme of modern society and into the whole mechanism of development and survival. The meaning that each act can symbolize can only be found by analyzing the individual elements of the rituals of the local community culture as a whole. However, all analysis should not be limited to pure utilitarian conclusions, but should take into account all aspects on which the whole philosophy of community is based. As I have said, every crisis and pandemic disrupt the social life. Jared Diamond, an American evolutionary biologist and scholar of customs, has noted that at the core of all religiosity, including a traditional community's tendency towards certain rituals and ceremonies, is a sense of existential or uncertainty or fear. Gatherer societies in the past or currently ask the spirits of the fertility of the land for success in gathering and for the prevention of all obstacles. The same applies also to hunter societies in the past. This basic rationale for all religiosity may be questioned. But when discussing Manggarai traditional mindsets, philosophy, consciousness, the importance of feelings of gratitude and asking for further blessings cannot be discarded. Assuming after the appeal to spirits is based on the fragility or vulnerability of the mankind as manifestation of them being as homo religiosus. Here we can understand why people of Manggarai still keep their tradition preserved. To see the more complex meaning of tradition with its elements like belief, ritual, myths, worldview, etc., is fundamental in our reflection. According to Victor Turner, a British ritual researcher, in each ritual, symbols represent social and individual contexts, such as conflicts, values, hopes, and contradictions, in ways that can be grasped, can be understood, can be caught with the senses, with the human senses. However, over time, ritual approaches or practices change according to the need or time efficiency. A conservative approach or this fidelity to the stability of a culture. Here, a basis could be laid for reflection and discussion on the need for tradition in a particular local community, such as the Manggarayans. Examining ritualism in India, von Brooks cite the importance of rituals or traditions for a given society. A ritual creates order and stabilizes psychological and social systems. Rituals enable the community to enter a new space where the senses are no longer abstract or concrete, but are experienced concretely and physically. So we can say, through the tradition, a social identity is created. Through the tradition, a social identity is created, of which every member should be proud, as it can be seen in the local proverb of Manggarai people, Asam dusuk tanaru konem lalen tanasale. It is worth noting that rituals belong to traditions, which form the basis of the continuity of society. Thanks to it, each member of the community has a sense of comfort and belonging, and values such as freedom, faith, honesty, good education also, personal responsibility, strong work ethic, and being selfless here are reinforced. The American anthropologist Ward Goodenough argued that the culture of society is all that one needs to know or believe in order to act in a way acceptable to its members. To its members. Traditional mindsets with all practices strengthen the social bond at the same time and at the same time reinforce the boundaries with other groups. Various ceremonies can unite families and clans. By honoring traditions, members of a family or clan feel a sense of loyalty to each other, also through the contribution to the life of the clan. For the Mangarayan people, here comes the legitimation of kun agukalo, paang olongaung musi, paang agupopang sapo likang social structure or lines. Traditional rituals provide a forum to highlight role models. In Manggarai proverb, toing lotoming tai lepande, and celebrate what is truly important in life. Every concrete ritual gives freedom from making any decisions, because everybody already knows the ritual rules. The consequence of this freedom, however, is complete submission to the authority of tradition. Living traditions display the heritage of ancestors, as Tai Dise Ame, Pande Dise Ine, Pedong di Sempo, showing diversity at national level, but unity at a clan or family level. Tradition is a way of creating lasting memories for our families and friends, and a great time to stop and reflect. Let's come to the epilogue. There is no concrete answer to the title question, whether ancestors and spirits still help in the COVID-19 era, in the time of COVID-19. Rather, I have tried to get the reader to understand the importance of the traditional way of thinking of local people, local Manggarai people. It's the same, I think, in all traditional communities all around the world. Culture tells us how to behave appropriately in a given setting, in a given situation. It helps us understand that there are different expected ways of being in different societies. And it shows us how we identify ourselves within our own society and subcultures. Tradition is by no means a model that some see as limiting, but provides us with proven and reliable tools that we can transform and modernize as necessary to create a recognizable but adaptable and useful social reality, the reality that is constantly changing. How do we learn to deal with all changes in our life? Culture and tradition, not biology, help us answer these fundamental human questions. The traditional circumstances around the COVID-19 pandemic among the people of Manggarai is only an example to see that the reflection on tradition often brings us back to the question of the necessity of traditional rituals. This fidelity to tradition is in common in many traditional societies where adat ceremonies, traditional ceremonies, rituals are an integral, if not the most important part of their social life. In the context of many critics, we have to say that it is not the rituals themselves that are questionable, but the necessity of certain ceremonies which cost time and material. Several expensive animals such as water, buffalo, cows, goats, etc. are killed, just where the economy is not yet at a good level. Nevertheless, for our study, it's worth paying attention to both the spiritual and social aspects of living and experiencing tradition as it perpetuates the history of human being. As folklorist Henry Glassie points out, tradition is the creation of a future from the past. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Father Vincent Adigunawan Mekah, SPD from Germany. It's very great chance to listen to your presentation today. And I think all the participants have some curiosities to know much more about your topic today. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have any questions, post it in the chatting room, or you can raise up your hands. Okay.
And thank you very much. And I have to note, in 8 minutes, I have to go. We have a Holy Mass here in Stuttgart. So if you have questions, please write me on and I will answer it through emails and so on. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I can answer 2 or 3 questions.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Of course, we have half an hour for you, Father, to answer the questions for discussing. Is it enough? 30 minutes next.
30 minutes.
I
No,
want to stop right now.
In 8 minutes. In 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Okay.
8 minutes.
Germany said 8 minutes means.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
8. Okay. All right. Maybe there are some questions.
One or two questions.
Yeah, 1 or 2 questions. Okay. Let's see on the chatting room. Okay. There is only one question. There is one raise hand, Mr. Romo John. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for moderator.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Vincent. Very good presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
I'm just wondering the use of term darat instead of naga.
Yes.
That's I just suggest. I think in the context of Manggarai Tengah, naga is more.
Yes.
Darat refers to bidadari, angel. That's quite different in. I don't know in Manggarai Timur, but in Manggarai, people usually naga maru, naga wae, naga. That's my suggestion.
Yeah. Thank you. I took this description from Verheyen, and he has taken also from all parts of Manggarai, and he did for submission of spirits. There are Atapalisena, there are also Vakar, there are Darat, there is also Naga. It's other thing than Darat, and there are also we call Poti or Jin. Yeah. Also for the whole Manggarai, that's why I describe also for Darat, and because Verheyen tells Naga may come from this Indonesian or Malayu thing, as Naga as the protector, and Naga as a big dragon or a big snake that protect a certain place. That's why I wanted only to describe this one. Maybe for the middle Manggarai people, Darat and Naga maybe quite the same. Yeah, that's why. But in my whole article, I'll try to describe all this kind of spirit. Thank you, Father Professor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Hopefully, Prof. John get the point. And let's go for the next question. There is someone raise hand. Olga Anita, can you hear me?
Wow, thank you, Pak Adrian. Well, thank you, Father. Actually, I want to highlight from your presentation. It relates to traditional survival strategy. As you know, Father, over the time, traditional strategy practices are almost not accommodated by most people, especially for educated people, where they believe more in laboratory analysis results than traditional thinking. For example, for 2 years, we were stuck in a COVID situation and all cultural activities were not allowed. So how do you maintain this traditional way and keep pace with today's technological advances? Do you, do you have any ideas of that, Father? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we are forbidden to get to celebrate everything, all ritual ceremonies and rituals. But I pointed out here, what I wanted to point out is this mindset. How strong is the mindset and consciousness of the people, and but the practices, I think it's no more so stark to be done among the people, among the communities. But in the last year, I think people are already allowed to do their celebrations, their traditional ceremonies back. And in my discussion, the most important things is this mindset, how I have to love my tradition, how I have to respect my tradition, and how what good things I have to take from my traditional philosophy. It's my point, I think, and because the practices, it's no more stark practice, no stark done, I think, in Manggarai also. Yeah, I think. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Father.
All right, Father, did you have any time for 2 minutes?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, there is the last question.
Yeah.
From Father Dr. Mariano, Dr. Ino. He said in the chatting room, you put tradition in optimistic perspective. As you know, we generate tradition not without traditional attitude. Traditional people see coronavirus as curse and God's curse. So it was a challenge for pandemic era. Manggarai people see disease as fate, as curse of life, and a curse of God. How do you see traditional from your tradition optimistically perspective, Father?
Yeah, thank you. I think this kind of thinking is not so stark, dominating the mindset of Manggarai people. Yes, they think, I'm thinking also. I am over 20 years in Europe. I'm thinking also that maybe it's a fate, maybe it's a kutukan, maybe we have done bad things. Yeah? But it's no more stark. While I'm using my common sense, yes, maybe. Yeah, it's only maybe. It's a kind of belief. Yeah, but it's not a kind of my common sense, of my understanding. And I think it's not bad. It's good, and it is inviting the people back to his tradition. Yeah, and I think it's also important for all communities when they are thinking so. Yeah, and I'm seeing this very optimistically, and I think it's not a bad thing. It's not only for Manggarai or local communities, but also when in my interviews with German people, they are thinking a little bit also in the same way. Yeah, maybe we have done bad things. And when we're thinking widely, ecologically, maybe it's true. We did many bad things with ecology, and with the nature, and so on and so on. Then came many diseases and many crises in life. I see.
Okay.
This,
Thank you, Father. Hopefully,
you, Adi.
Father Ino
Yeah,
get
thank
your
you.
point.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants today, due to the Holy Mass will be followed by Father
Yeah.
Vincent today, and we end up our session on this occasion. So let me highlight a little about Father Vincent's perspective today. That is, in terms of global crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, social life will continue to function and be sustainable only if it is understood in terms that encompass all aspects of social life, such as culture and politics, economic, and also ecology. So that's all I think. And from the optimistic point of Father Vincent today, I think there is still any chance from our culture to support our life, even it is pandemic happened around us. Okay, thank you, Father Vincent. See you again. And I think our last meet is in 1999 before you fly away to Germany or to Poland. Thank you so much.
Yes.
See you again.
Thank you very much, and all the best for all of you. Thank you, Father Max, Professor
Terima kasih, Kesa.
Adrian. Terima kasih. Kai, yuk.
Terima kasih. Yo, terima kasih.
Salam.
Kesa.
Yo, salam. Yo.
Father,
Paroni.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Could you please
you.
stay with us for just a moment? Okay, on the behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you, and we proudly give you the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you are very welcome, Father Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Well,
for
ladies-
our organizers. Yeah.
Okay. Well, ladies.
See you. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our preliminary session for the second day of the second international conference on humanities, education, language, and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, our parallel session will be started at 2 p.m. Once again, the parallel session will be started at 2 p.m. The presenters are kindly suggest to please join the breakout room before 2 p.m. And also, we kindly suggest you to please join us up to the closing ceremony. That's all. Thank you.
Oi.
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to have the parallel session. The presenters are kindly suggest to please join the breakout room. Once again, the parallel session is going to be started at 2 p.m. The presenters are kindly suggest to please join the breakout room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the information, the attendance link will be shared at the closing ceremony. Selamat sore. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu, silahkan join ke breakout room. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang akan mempresentasikan papernya, silahkan join di breakout 1 sampai 5 berdasarkan rundown yang sudah dibuatkan dan dibagikan oleh panitia. Sedangkan untuk peserta, Anda bebas memilih breakout room 1 sampai 5. Lalu untuk link daftar hadir untuk ke sertifikat akan dibagikan nanti saat closing. So that is why you are kindly suggested to please join us up to the closing ceremony. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we kindly suggest you to please join the breakout room, especially for the presenters or the participant who already in main room.